This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been trying to make sense of what happened at work last year, but I still get chills thinking about it. I've worked at Pizza Hut for almost 5 years now, moving between different locations as I climbed from server to shift manager. When they built the new location in Riverside, I was excited to help open it. Brand new equipment, clean everything. No more dealing with that ancient oven at my old store that would randomly shut off during Friday night rushes. The layout of the new place was weird though. Super long and narrow since it was squeezed into this strip mall between a nail salon and a phone repair shop. The kitchen was completely open so customers could see us making their pizzas, which management thought was a great selling point. The walk-in fridge was at the far end of the kitchen with these retarder doors built into the wall for quick access to cheese and toppings. The dishwasher was just a few feet away from those doors. Everything seemed normal at first. We had the typical opening issues, register software glitching, training new staff, figuring out the quickest routes around the kitchen, normal stuff. Nothing prepared me for what started happening about 3 weeks after we opened. That morning, I arrived with Melissa, one of our cooks, to open the store. It was around 6:30 in the morning, still dark outside in January. The strip mall parking lot was empty except for our cars. I remember shivering as I unlocked the back door, thinking how the heating system in this place sucked compared to my old location. The routine was always the same. Turn on lights, fire up the ovens, check the walk-in for any overnight issues, and prep the stations. Melissa was kneeling at the retarder doors, putting away some products we'd prepped the night before. I was taking out yesterday's trash through the back door, making a few trips since we'd been slammed right before closing. I had just tossed the last bag into the dumpster when Melissa came running outside. Her face was completely white and her hands were shaking. "Kelly, were you just inside?" she asked, her voice trembling. I shook my head. "No, I've been out here throwing away trash for like the past 5 minutes. Why?" She grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. "Someone just walked past me. I thought it was you." I felt that first cold tingle down my spine. "What do you mean someone? We're the only ones here." "I was kneeling at the retarder, putting away the cheese bags," she said, words coming out fast. "I saw someone in black walk up to the dishwasher, stop for a second, then turn around and walk back toward the front. I thought it was you because of the black uniform, but then I heard the back door close and realized you were out here. Our uniforms were all black, pants, shirt, everything, company policy." I tried to stay calm. "Let's go check it out. Maybe someone got in somehow." We walked through the entire restaurant together, checked the bathrooms, the office, behind the counter, every possible hiding spot. Nobody. The front door was still locked. Alarm system showed no entries except when we first arrived. All windows secure. "Maybe you just saw a shadow from the headlights of a car passing outside," I suggested, not really believing it myself. Melissa shook her head. "It wasn't a shadow, Kelly. It was solid, like a person in our uniform." We tried to shake it off, but the morning prep was tense. We both kept looking over our shoulders. I called the opening server and asked her to come in 30 minutes early. I didn't tell her why, just said we needed extra help. I needed another person there, someone who hadn't experienced whatever Melissa had seen. Things were fine for the rest of the day. Busy lunch rush, steady afternoon. I almost convinced myself Melissa had imagined it until I was counting the register that night. I had placed the 20s in a neat stack to my right while I counted the smaller bills. When I turned back to add them to my count, they weren't there. I looked all around the office thinking maybe they'd fallen, but nothing. I stepped out to ask if anyone had come into the office, but everyone denied it. When I went back in, the stack of 20s was exactly where I'd originally placed them. I didn't tell anyone, didn't want them thinking I was losing it. The next morning, I opened with a different cook, Miguel. Everything was normal until about 7:15 when he called me over to the walk-in. "Did you move the sauce containers?" he asked, looking confused. No, why? I swear I just lined them all up on this shelf by date, and when I came back from getting the labels, they were completely rearranged. I felt that same chill again. Maybe you just thought you organized them. He gave me a look. Kelly, I've been doing prep for 3 years. I know how I organize sauce containers. Things escalated from there. The bathroom door would open and close when nobody was near it. We'd hear footsteps in the dining area before opening when nobody was there. The soda machine would dispense ice into cups when nobody had pressed the lever. I finally told our store manager, Dave, but he just laughed it off. Said old restaurants get reputations for being haunted, but we were in a brand new building. Said it was just our imaginations, or maybe the settling of a new structure. But a week later, Dave wasn't laughing anymore. He was doing paperwork in the office when he swears someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around to an empty room, the door still closed. He quit 2 days later, claiming he got a better offer somewhere else. I knew the real reason. I became obsessed with researching the location. This strip mall had been built on what used to be an empty lot, previously some kind of small factory that had been demolished in the 80s. Nothing sinister in its history that I could find. Then Melissa and I were closing one night, about a month after her first sighting. We'd had a slow evening and were finishing early, around 10:30. I was wiping down the front counter while she cleaned the make line. The lights were still fully on and we could see the entire restaurant clearly. Kelly? Melissa's voice was tight with fear. I looked up and followed her gaze toward the back of the restaurant, near the dishwasher. There it was, a black figure just standing there. It was person-shaped, but somehow not quite right, like the proportions were slightly off. It had no distinct features I could make out, just this solid black mass in the shape of someone wearing our uniform. "Do you see it?" she whispered. I couldn't even answer. My throat had closed up. I just nodded. We both stood frozen, watching it. It didn't move for maybe 15 seconds, though it felt like hours. Then it turned, very deliberately, and walked toward the walk-in fridge. It didn't open the door. It just passed through it and disappeared. I'm not ashamed to admit we both ran out of there without finishing closing. I called Dave from the parking lot, hysterical, saying we weren't coming back in without someone else. He had to drive over and finish closing with us. After that night, the activity became more frequent. Multiple staff members started experiencing things. Carlos, our delivery driver, refused to use the back door after dark because he said someone always followed him in, but when he turned around, nobody was there. Hannah, a server, quit after she saw her reflection in the bathroom mirror blink when she didn't. The weirdest part was that customers never seemed to notice anything. Business was normal. People came, ate, left, all while we were quietly falling apart behind our customer service smiles. Things came to a head about 2 months after it all started. I was in early, alone for the first 15 minutes before the morning crew arrived. I was in the office counting the previous night's deposit when the temperature suddenly dropped. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The office door, which I'd left open, slowly swung shut with a soft click. I sat perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest. The chair across from the desk moved on its own, sliding out as if someone was about to sit down. "Hello?" My voice came out as a pathetic squeak. Nothing happened for a moment. Then the computer keyboard started typing by itself, keys clicking rapidly with nobody touching them. I looked at the screen and nearly threw up. It was typing "manager" over and over again. I bolted for the door, but it wouldn't open. The handle turned, but it was like something was holding it shut from the other side. I yanked harder, panic rising in my throat. "Please," I whispered, not even sure who I was talking to. "Please, let me out." The typing stopped. The room got even colder. Then I felt it, a hand on my shoulder, heavy, solid, but somehow wrong, like the pressure points weren't quite where fingers should be. I screamed and yanked at the door with everything I had. It suddenly gave way, and I tumbled out into the hallway. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the front of the store, not stopping until I was outside in the parking lot. My morning cook found me there 10 minutes later, sitting in my car with the doors locked, sobbing. We had a staff meeting that afternoon. Everyone shared their experiences. Regional management finally took notice when half the staff threatened to quit. They brought in some company that checks for gas leaks, thinking maybe carbon monoxide was causing hallucinations. Nothing found. They had electricians verify the wiring. All normal. One of the servers, Jess, had an aunt who was into paranormal stuff. She came by after hours with some equipment, EMF readers, digital recorders, the works. I felt stupid allowing it, but we were desperate for answers. The readings were off the charts near the dishwasher and walk-in area. When she played back her audio recordings, we all heard it, a voice whispering "manager," followed by what sounded like "help me." I requested a transfer the next day. They moved me to another location across town within the week. Several others transferred or quit entirely. The store stayed open though, with new staff who hadn't experienced anything yet. I drive past sometimes and wonder if they're dealing with the same things we did. I've thought about stopping to warn them, but what would I say? Hey, watch out for the ghost in the black uniform who hangs out by the dishwasher. 3 months after I transferred, I ran into Miguel at a grocery store. He told me he'd heard from someone still working at Riverside that they found old newspaper clippings when they were renovating the strip mall's electrical room. Apparently, that small factory that used to be there had a manager who died in an accident involving some kind of industrial washing equipment in the early 70s. I still don't know what was in that restaurant or why it focused on managers. All I know is I will never work in that building again. And sometimes I still wake up feeling a hand on my shoulder that isn't there. Story 2: I'm still shaking as I type this. I know it sounds crazy, but I need to get this out. This happened just last night, and I haven't slept since. I don't think I'll be able to for a while. So my name's Jack, and I live in this small town called Willow Creek. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and nothing exciting ever happens. The biggest attraction here is probably the old Grayson house that sits on top of Hollow Hill. The place has been abandoned for over 50 years, ever since the whole Grayson family disappeared during a storm, like vanished without a trace. All their stuff was still there, clothes in closets, dishes on the table, everything. Just no people. Growing up here, we all heard stories about the place, how it's haunted, cursed, whatever. People who've gone up there claim they've heard weird noises, felt cold spots, or seen shadows moving when nobody's there. Typical small-town ghost story stuff, right? I always thought it was bullshit meant to scare kids. My friends and I, Mia, Tom, and Lucy, we've known each other since elementary school. We're all seniors now, and with college applications and life decisions looming, we wanted to do something memorable for Halloween, something crazy that we'd talk about years from now. That's when Tom suggested we spend the night in Grayson House. I laughed it off at first, but the idea stuck. Lucy was hesitant. She's always been the cautious one. But Mia was totally in. She's been my best friend since forever, always up for an adventure. Eventually, we all agreed. I mean, what better night than Halloween to check out a haunted house, right? We told our parents we were camping at Willow Creek Park. They'd never let us go to Grayson House. We packed flashlights, sleeping bags, snacks, and I secretly brought a Ouija board I'd ordered online. Figured it would add to the whole experience, you know? The hike up Hollow Hill was steeper than I remembered from when we were kids. It was around 8 in the evening when we reached the house, and the sun had already set. The place looked exactly like those creepy houses in horror movies. 3 stories of faded Victorian architecture, peeling paint, overgrown garden. Some windows were broken, others just dark and empty like eye sockets. "This is a bad idea," Lucy muttered as we stood at the rusted gate. "Come on, it's just an old house," Tom said, pushing the gate open with a creak that made us all jump. The front door wasn't even locked. It swung open when Mia pushed it, revealing a dusty foyer with a grand staircase. The air inside was stale and cold, smelling of dust and something else I couldn't place, maybe mold or rot. We set up our stuff in what must have been the living room. There was furniture covered in yellowed sheets and a large fireplace with a cracked family portrait above it. The faces in the painting were faded, but I could make out a man, woman, and 2 children. The Graysons, I assumed. "Let's explore a bit before it gets too late," Mia suggested. her flashlight beam dancing across the peeling wallpaper. We decided to split up. Mia and I would check out the basement, while Tom and Lucy would look at the second floor. In hindsight, splitting up was our first mistake. The basement door was stuck, but I managed to force it open. The stairs creaked under our weight as we descended into the darkness. Our flashlights cut through the thick blackness, revealing old shelves lined with dusty jars and boxes. "Check this out," Mia whispered, her beam illuminating a large mirror leaning against the wall. It was ornate, with a tarnished silver frame, but the glass was cracked down the middle. I stepped closer, and I swear, I'm not making this up, my reflection didn't match my movements for a split second, like there was a delay. I blinked, and everything seemed normal again. "Did you see that?" I asked Mia. "See what?" I shook my head. "Nothing. Probably just the crack distorting things." We continued looking around, but found nothing else interesting, just old furniture and boxes of forgotten belongings. It was when we were heading back upstairs that I first heard it, a soft humming, like someone singing a lullaby. I stopped, grabbing Mia's arm. "Do you hear that?" She froze, listening. "Is that Lucy?" But it wasn't coming from upstairs. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the basement, from a part we hadn't explored. The humming stopped suddenly, and we both decided it was time to rejoin the others. When we got back to the living room, Tom and Lucy weren't there yet. We waited, feeling increasingly uneasy as minutes ticked by. Finally, we heard footsteps on the stairs, and they appeared, Lucy looking visibly shaken. "You guys need to see the nursery," Tom said, his voice unnaturally quiet. "What happened?" I asked, noticing how pale Lucy looked. "I saw something," she whispered. "In the mirror." They led us upstairs to a small room at the end of the hallway. It was clearly a child's room once, faded blue wallpaper with clouds, a wooden crib covered in dust, and toys scattered across the floor as if a child had just been playing with them moments ago. There was an old rocking chair by the window that seemed to be moving slightly, though there was no breeze. On the wall hung a small round mirror. Lucy pointed at it with a trembling finger. I was just looking around when I saw a shadow in the mirror. Not mine, not Tom's, something else. It moved, Jack. It was watching us. I approached the mirror cautiously. My reflection looked normal, but there was something off about the room behind me in the reflection, like the furniture was arranged slightly differently. "This place is messing with our heads," I said, trying to sound confident. "It's just an old house with weird acoustics and shadows." Back downstairs, we huddled in our sleeping bags, telling ourselves there was nothing to be afraid of. That's when I decided to bring out the Ouija board. "Are you serious?" Lucy hissed. "After what I just saw?" "Come on, it's Halloween," I insisted. "These things are just toys. It'll be fun." Another mistake. We set up the board on the floor between us, lit some candles I'd brought, and placed our fingers lightly on the planchette. "Is anyone here with us?" I asked, feeling both silly and nervous. Nothing happened at first. Then, slowly, the planchette began to move. I immediately suspected Tom or Mia of pushing it, but their faces showed the same shock I felt. Grayson. "Very funny, guys," Lucy said, but her voice quivered. "I'm not doing anything," Tom insisted. The planchette moved again. TRAPPED. My mouth went dry. "Who's trapped? The Graysons. DIE." With that final word, every candle in the room went out simultaneously. The temperature dropped so suddenly, I could see my breath, and that's when we heard the footsteps, heavy, deliberate steps coming down the stairs. Lucy screamed and we scrambled to our feet. I grabbed my flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. None of our flashlights worked. "The door!" Mia yelled, and we rushed to the front entrance. I yanked on the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was like someone had sealed it shut. The footsteps were getting closer. In the darkness, I could make out a tall figure at the bottom of the stairs. It wasn't solid, more like a dense shadow that absorbed what little light remained. "This way!" Tom shouted, pulling us toward what we hoped was the kitchen. We stumbled through the darkness, bumping into furniture and walls. I heard whispering all around us, too faint to make out words, but definitely voices, multiple voices overlapping. We found ourselves in the kitchen, and Tom spotted a back door. It opened when he tried it, and we spilled out into the cold night air, gasping with relief. But our relief was short-lived. As we scrambled down the hill, I looked back at the house. In the upstairs window, the nursery window, stood a figure. It wasn't human, not really. More like a void in the shape of a person, watching us flee. And I swear I could hear that lullaby again, carried on the wind. We didn't stop running until we reached Tom's car, parked at the base of the hill. We drove straight to the sheriff's office, all of us talking over each other, trying to explain what happened. Sheriff Doyle, who's known us all our lives, listened patiently, but clearly didn't believe us. "Look, kids, that old house has been generating stories for decades," he said. "Your imagination's probably got the better of you." But he agreed to go back with us in the morning to check it out and retrieve our abandoned belongings. When dawn came, we led him up to the house. In the daylight, it just looked sad and abandoned, not menacing like it had the night before. Inside, our stuff was exactly where we'd left it. The Ouija board sat untouched on the floor, the planchette in the center. Our sleeping bags were neatly arranged. Nothing seemed disturbed. "See? Just an old house," the sheriff said, but it wasn't. I know what we experienced. When the others weren't looking, I checked the mirror in the basement again. The crack was gone. The mirror was whole, unblemished, as if it had never been damaged. We gathered our things quickly, no one wanting to stay longer than necessary. As we were leaving, I glanced back at the house one last time. For a split second, I thought I saw a child's face in the nursery window, pale and sad, watching us go. The sheriff drove us home, and we haven't really talked about that night since. Tom and Lucy are pretending it never happened. Mia keeps texting me, asking if I think we should tell someone else, but who would believe us? What would we even say? I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see that figure in the window, and sometimes, just as I'm drifting off, I hear that lullaby again, soft and distant, like someone singing just outside my window. I don't know what happened to the Graysons 50 years ago, but I think they're still there, trapped somehow, and I think whatever's in that house wanted to trap us too. I'm writing this because I need someone to believe me. Something happened in that house. Something is still happening there, and I can't shake the feeling that it isn't over. That by going there, by using that Ouija board, we opened something that shouldn't have been opened. The house is waiting. And sometimes, when I look in mirrors now, I catch glimpses of shadows that shouldn't be there, moving just at the edge of my vision. I'm never going back to Grayson House, but I'm afraid that somehow a part of Grayson House came back with me. Story 3. I've been a trucker for over 20 years now, and there's something about the open road that gets under your skin. The isolation, the meditative hum of tires on asphalt, the way the world shrinks down to just you and whatever's in your headlights. Most of the time, it's peaceful. But what happened to me last year on Highway 50 through Nevada, I still can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to try. It was mid-October, around midnight. I was hauling a load of electronics from Salt Lake City to Sacramento, running behind schedule because of some loading delays. My dispatcher was breathing down my neck about delivery times, so I decided to push through the night instead of stopping. Highway 50 cuts straight through central Nevada. They call it the loneliest road in America, and for good reason. There are stretches where you won't see another vehicle for hours, just endless desert and mountains under a sky so big it makes you feel microscopic. I'd done this route dozens of times before, but always during daylight. That night was different. The darkness felt thicker somehow, more complete. My high beams only illuminated about 50 feet ahead, and beyond that was just this wall of black. The stars were brilliant overhead, but they didn't provide any real light, just these pinpricks against absolute darkness. Around midnight, my radio started acting up. I'd been listening to some late-night talk show to keep me company, but it gradually dissolved into static. I tried other stations, adjusting the dial, but nothing came through except this weird, fluctuating hiss. Eventually, I just turned it off. The silence that followed was almost physical, like something pressing against my ears. I was passing through Black Canyon at this point, not much to look at during the day, just rocky walls rising up on both sides of the highway. But at night, those walls seemed to swallow what little light my truck put out. My GPS showed the next town was still about 40 miles away. I remember checking my fuel gauge, calculating if I'd need to stop, when I saw him. A man, standing dead center in my lane. He appeared so suddenly in my headlights that I barely had time to react. I slammed on the brakes, feeling the trailer wanting to jackknife behind me. The load shifted, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought I was going to lose control. Somehow, I managed to bring 18 wheels of steel to a shuddering halt just feet from this figure. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely put the truck in park. My first thought was that I'd nearly killed someone, and my second was pure confusion. What the hell was anyone doing out here in the middle of nowhere at midnight? I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and climbed down from the cab. The night air hit me like a slap. Cold, dry desert air that smelled faintly of sage and dust. My boots crunched on the gravel shoulder as I approached the figure, who hadn't moved an inch since I stopped. "Hey," I called out. "You okay? What are you doing out here?" No response. He just stood there completely still. As I got closer, my flashlight beam illuminated him better. And that's when the first real chill went through me. He was tall, maybe 6'3", wearing clothes that looked straight out of another era. A dusty, old-fashioned work shirt with the sleeves rolled up, canvas pants that were frayed at the cuffs, and boots that were cracked and worn almost beyond recognition. But it was his skin that really got to me. It was unnaturally pale, like paper that had been left in the sun too long, with deep cracks running across it like dried mud. And his eyes. They were open, but completely glazed over, like frosted glass, reflecting my flashlight beam without any sign of life behind them. "Sir," I tried again, my voice sounding thin in the vast emptiness around us. "Do you need help? Are you hurt?" For a long moment he didn't react at all. Then slowly he made this movement, not natural, more like a jerking mechanical motion, like a broken marionette. His arm came up and he pointed down the road ahead of me, in the direction I'd been traveling. I turned to look where he was pointing, and that's when I saw them. Headlights, maybe half a mile back, coming our way. Relief flooded through me. Someone else was out here. Maybe they knew this guy, or could help me figure out what to do with him. But as the lights drew closer, that relief curdled into something else. Something was wrong with those headlights. They were flickering, pulsing almost, and they seemed too far apart, too high off the ground. And they were moving wrong. Not smoothly along the highway, but almost bouncing, like the vehicle was lurching down the road. As it approached, I realized it was another big rig, an old one. Ancient, actually. The kind you'd see in photographs from the 50s or 60s. All rounded edges and chrome, with a long hood and stacked headlights. But this thing looked like it had been pulled from a junkyard or a lake bottom. The once gleaming paint was now mostly rust, hanging in sheets off the frame. The chrome was tarnished black in places, and those headlights flickered like dying fluorescent bulbs, illuminating patches of the cab in stuttering bursts of yellow light. And there was nobody behind the wheel, nobody visible anyway. I stood there, frozen, as this impossible truck approached. It wasn't going highway speed, more like 30 or 40 miles per hour, but it was coming straight at us, right down the center of the road. I had the sudden, panicked thought that I needed to get back to my truck, to move it out of the way, but my legs wouldn't respond. The phantom truck passed us with a sound like metal grinding against metal, a high, keening wail that seemed to burrow into my skull. A blast of cold air hit me as it went by, carrying a smell like old pennies and wet earth. And then it was past us, continuing down the highway, those broken taillights growing smaller until they disappeared around a bend. I turned back to the strange man, but he was gone. Just gone. No sign of him anywhere on the road or the shoulders. I spun in a complete circle, sweeping my flashlight across the landscape. but there was nothing but empty desert and the looming walls of the canyon. I practically ran back to my truck, fumbling with the door handle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely climb inside. Once in, I locked the doors and sat there, breathing hard, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Had I fallen asleep at the wheel? Was I hallucinating from fatigue? I checked my watch, just after midnight. I'd only been driving about 4 hours since my last break. I didn't feel particularly tired, just terrified. I sat there for maybe 15 minutes, trying to calm down, trying to convince myself there was a rational explanation. Maybe the man was just some desert drifter. Maybe the truck was real, just older than it looked in the dark, and I'd somehow missed seeing the driver. But deep down, I knew better. Finally, I put the truck in gear and started driving again, much slower than before, constantly checking my mirrors, half expecting to see those flickering headlights gaining on me. The next 40 miles to the truck stop were the longest of my life. When I finally pulled into the parking lot of the Desert Moon truck stop, I was so relieved I nearly cried. It wasn't much, just a small diner attached to a gas station, but the lights were on and I could see people moving inside. Real people. I parked and went in, heading straight for the counter. There were only a few customers, a couple of other truckers at a booth in the corner, and an old man sitting at the counter nursing a cup of coffee. The waitress, a woman in her 50s with dyed red hair, looked up as I approached. "Coffee, hun?" she asked, already reaching for a mug. "Yeah," I managed. "Thanks." She must have seen something in my face, because she frowned slightly as she poured. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed. "Maybe I did," I said, and before I could stop myself, I was telling her what had happened. The man in the road, the phantom truck, all of it. As I spoke, I noticed her expression change, and she exchanged this look with the old man sitting a few stools down, a knowing look that made my stomach tighten. When I finished, there was silence for a moment. Then the old man cleared his throat. "Black Canyon," he said, nodding slowly. "Figured that's where it happened before you even mentioned it." "You've heard of something like this before?" I asked. He took a sip of his coffee before answering. "There used to be a mining town up in those hills, about 5 miles off the highway. Coal Ridge, it was called. Went bust in the 50s when the mine dried up. Most folks left, but some stayed on, trying to scratch out a living. Then in 62 there was an accident. Big propane explosion took out half the remaining buildings. Fire spread quick. Those that didn't die in the blast got trapped by the flames. The waitress picked up the story. Local legend says they never really left, that they're still up there. Or at least something that looks like them is. Every once in a while, someone comes through here with a story like yours, seeing people on the road at night, old vehicles that shouldn't be running anymore. What ... I had to clear my throat. What are they supposed to be doing out there? The old man shrugged. Looking for help, maybe, or warning people away. Hard to say. I stayed at that truck stop until dawn, drinking too much coffee and listening to the old man tell more stories about the area. When I finally left, the rising sun had turned the desert gold and pink, and in the daylight, what had happened seemed almost like a dream. I finished my delivery in Sacramento and went on with my life, but I've deliberately avoided that stretch of Highway 50 ever since. I've taken longer routes, made excuses to my dispatcher, anything to avoid driving through Black Canyon after dark. But here's the thing that really keeps me up at night. Sometimes, on other desert highways, in other states, I'll catch glimpses of things in my peripheral vision, flickering lights where there shouldn't be any. Figures standing just off the shoulder that disappear when I look directly at them. And I can't help wondering if what I encountered wasn't confined to Black Canyon at all. Maybe those lost souls from that forgotten mining town are still looking for help, still warning travelers of dangers only they can see, their eternal vigil extending far beyond the lonely stretch of highway where I met them. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if I'll ever understand it. But I know this. There are places in this country where the veil between worlds seems thinner, where the past bleeds into the present like watercolors on wet paper, and Highway 50 through Black Canyon is definitely one of them. Story 4: I still haven't told anyone about what happened that night in the Mojave. Not my sister, who I was supposed to meet in LA, not the tow truck driver who found me, not even the therapist I started seeing after. I've spent months trying to convince myself it was just exhaustion, dehydration, or my mind playing tricks. But I know what I experienced was real. I need to write it down before I start doubting myself again. This happened back in early June when I was driving from Vegas to Los Angeles. I'd been in Vegas for a work conference, and instead of flying back like my colleagues, I decided to rent a car and drive to LA to visit my sister. I thought it would be a nice change of pace. Just me, some good music, and the open road. The drive is only about 4 hours, and I planned to leave early enough to arrive before dark. But things didn't go as planned. The conference ran late, and I got stuck in traffic leaving Vegas. By the time I hit the open highway, the sun was already low in the sky. Still, I wasn't too concerned. I had a full tank of gas, plenty of water, and my GPS working fine. I figured I'd reach LA a bit later than expected, but it wasn't a big deal. As the sun set, the desert transformed. During the day, it's all harsh light and heat, but at night, it becomes this vast, empty darkness that stretches in every direction. The highway was practically deserted. Just my headlights cutting through the blackness and the occasional pair of red taillights disappearing in the distance ahead of me. I was about 2 hours into the drive when my GPS signal started getting spotty. The blue dot on my phone screen kept jumping around, and the estimated arrival time kept changing. I wasn't too worried, though. The highway was pretty straightforward, and I knew I just needed to keep going west. Around 10 o'clock, I noticed my gas gauge dipping lower than I expected. I must have been burning more fuel than usual, fighting the wind or something. I started scanning for signs of the next gas station, but there was nothing but darkness in every direction. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just a mirage or a trick of the light, a small figure standing on the shoulder of the highway, thumb extended. I almost didn't stop. Who in their right mind picks up hitchhikers these days, especially on a deserted highway at night? But something about the way she was standing there so small against the vast emptiness made me hit the brakes. I pulled over about 50 feet ahead of her and watched in my rearview mirror as she walked toward my car. She moved strangely, like her joints weren't quite right. I almost drove off right then, but before I could, she was at the passenger door. Up close, she looked to be in her early 20s. She had long dark hair that hung limply around her face, and she was wearing a faded sundress that seemed way too thin for the desert night. But it was her eyes that really got to me, wide and hollow, like she hadn't slept in days. They didn't seem to reflect my car's interior lights the way they should have. "Where are you headed?" I asked as she slid into the passenger seat. "West," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Just west." I nodded and pulled back onto the highway. "I'm going to LA, I told her. "I can drop you anywhere along the way." She didn't respond, just stared straight ahead. I tried making small talk, asking her name, where she was coming from, but she only gave one-word answers or didn't reply at all. Eventually, I gave up and turned the radio on. The signal was terrible. Mostly static with occasional fragments of music or voices cutting through. After about 15 minutes of driving in awkward silence, she finally spoke. "Do you ever feel like you're being watched?" she asked, still staring straight ahead. A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" "Out here, in the desert, at night, do you ever feel like there are eyes on you?" I laughed nervously. "Not until you mentioned it." She turned to look at me then, and I swear her eyes seemed darker than before, like the pupils had expanded to fill the entire iris. "They're always watching," she said. "Always listening." I tightened my grip on the steering wheel and focused on the road ahead. The highway stretched endlessly into the darkness, and suddenly I was very aware of how isolated we were. I glanced at my phone, no signal. The gas gauge was getting lower, and there were still no signs of any upcoming stations. That's when she started humming. It was just a soft sound at first, barely audible over the car's engine and the static from the radio. But there was something about the melody that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't any tune I recognized, but it felt old. ancient even. The notes didn't quite follow any scale I was familiar with, rising and falling in patterns that felt wrong somehow. As she hummed, the static on the radio began to change. Instead of random noise, it started to pulse in rhythm with her melody. I reached over to turn it off, but she grabbed my wrist. Her hand was ice cold. "Don't," she said. "They're trying to answer." I yanked my hand away and turned the radio off anyway. The silence that followed was almost worse than the static. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who are you?" She smiled then, a slow, eerie stretching of her lips that didn't reach her eyes. "I'm just a traveler, like you. But I have friends out here. They're very old and very hungry." My mouth went dry. Every instinct was screaming at me to pull over and get her out of my car, but we were in the middle of nowhere, and I couldn't just leave her on the side of the road. Besides, where would I go? The nearest town could be hours away, and my gas was running low. "Look," I said, trying to sound calm, "I think maybe you should get some rest. We'll be in a town soon, and I can drop you off there." She laughed, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "There are no towns for miles, just sand and stars and them." The temperature in the car seemed to drop. I turned up the heater, but the cold persisted, seeping into my bones. Outside, the desert was a sea of blackness, with only the occasional reflection of my headlights off a distant road sign breaking the monotony. She resumed her humming, louder now. The melody seemed to fill the car, pressing against my eardrums. I felt dizzy, disoriented. The white lines on the highway began to blur and shift. Then I saw them. Just for a second, in the sweep of my headlights, figures standing along the roadside, tall, impossibly thin silhouettes that seemed to sway slightly despite the absence of wind. I blinked, and they were gone. "Did you see that?" I gasped. "They're coming," she whispered, her humming never ceasing. "They've been so patient, waiting for someone like you." I pushed the accelerator harder, the needle climbing past 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. The desert rushed by in a blur, but no matter how fast I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was keeping pace with us just beyond the reach of my headlights. The radio turned itself back on. This time there was no static, just that same eerie melody she was humming coming through the speakers. But there were other voices now, joining hers in a discordant chorus that made my teeth ache and my vision swim. I reached for the radio again, but it wouldn't turn off. The volume kept increasing until the sound was physically painful, pressing against my skull from the inside. And all the while, she sat there humming, her eyes growing darker and darker until they were just black pools in her pale face. "Stop it!" I shouted over the noise. "What do you want from me?" She turned to me then, and her face, it wasn't right anymore. Her features seemed to shift and blur, like they couldn't decide what shape to hold. "They want what they always want," she said, her voice somehow audible over the cacophony from the radio. "A way in." The chorus from the radio grew louder, and I swear I could hear it coming from outside the car now too, as if the desert itself was singing. My headlights began to flicker, the road ahead appearing and disappearing in strobe-like flashes. In one of those flashes, I saw them again, those tall, thin figures, but closer now. They were on the highway ahead, swaying in unison to that terrible melody, and they were moving toward us. I slammed on the brakes, the car fishtailing on the empty highway. The girl didn't react at all, didn't brace herself against the dashboard or show any sign of alarm. She just kept humming, her black eyes fixed on me. When the car screeched to a halt, I didn't think, I just reacted. I unbuckled my seatbelt, flung open the driver's door, and ran. I didn't care about the car or my belongings or the fact that I was miles from anywhere. I just knew I had to get away from her and whatever was coming for us. The desert night was cold, the air thin and sharp in my lungs as I ran blindly away from the highway. I could hear the singing growing louder behind me, voices that didn't sound human anymore, calling to me in that ancient melody. I risked a glance back. My car sat on the highway, headlights still on, driver's door hanging open. But the passenger seat was empty. The girl was gone, and standing around my car, illuminated in the headlights, were those figures I'd glimpsed before, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that bent at odd angles. They were swaying in unison, their elongated heads tilted toward the sky as they sang. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing behind a large rock formation that offered some shelter. The singing continued, echoing across the desert. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as if the air itself was vibrating with that terrible melody. I don't know how long I huddled there, shaking with cold and fear. Hours, maybe. The singing never stopped, but it didn't seem to be getting any closer. When I finally worked up the courage to peek around the rocks, I could still see my car in the distance, the headlights now dim and flickering. The figures were still there, still swaying, still singing. As the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, the singing began to fade. I watched as those tall, thin figures seemed to melt away into the shadows, disappearing one by one until only my car remained, a small, solitary object in the vast emptiness. I waited until full daylight before approaching the highway again. My car was exactly where I'd left it, door open, engine still running though the battery was nearly dead. The passenger seat was empty, no sign that anyone had ever been there. I managed to flag down a passing truck a few hours later. The driver took me to the nearest town where I reported my car abandoned on the highway. I never told anyone about the girl or the singing or those things I saw in the darkness. They found my car right where I said it would be. The police questioned why I'd abandoned a perfectly functional vehicle in the middle of nowhere, but I just mumbled something about thinking I saw an animal on the road and panicking. I flew to LA the next day, told my sister I'd had car trouble. I've been having nightmares ever since, dreams where I'm back on that highway, and the girl with the black eyes is humming that melody, and those tall figures are closing in around me. Sometimes, when I'm driving at night and the radio starts to lose signal, I think I can hear it again. That eerie, ancient melody humming beneath the static, and I wonder if she's out there still, waiting by the roadside for another driver to stop, another vessel for them to use. I don't drive at night anymore, and I never ever pick up hitchhikers. Story 5. I am still shaking as I type this. I need to get this off my chest because I don't think I'll ever be the same after what happened on that ship. I've been home for 3 days now, but I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that tapping, that goddamn tapping. It was supposed to be a fresh start. After Tom and I split up and my boss kept piling on more assignments at the magazine, I was completely burned out. When my friend Jess suggested a Caribbean cruise, it seemed perfect. Clear your head, take some amazing photos, drink fruity cocktails with umbrellas, she said. I wish I'd never listened. The SS Obsidian was this massive luxury cruise liner, all sleek black hull with gold trim. It was beautiful in a way that made you uneasy, too perfect, too polished. I remember standing at the port in New Orleans, camera in hand, snapping photos of it while waiting to board. An older man standing next to me kept staring at the ship with this weird expression. First voyage, he asked me, not taking his eyes off the Obsidian. I told him yes, and he just shook his head. They built her from the bones of the old Meridian. Disappeared in the Triangle back in '82, all hands lost. He walked away before I could ask anything else. I brushed it off as some local trying to spook tourists. My cabin was gorgeous, more like a hotel room than what I expected on a ship. Private balcony, king-sized bed, fancy bathroom. It was on deck 8, near the back of the ship. The attendant who showed me to my room mentioned I was lucky because I had no neighbors on either side. Just storage areas. Very quiet, he said with a practiced smile. The first day was normal, drinking, eating too much at the buffet, exploring the ship. I met a few nice people at dinner, a retired couple from Michigan, a group of friends celebrating a birthday, and this quiet guy named Marcus who was traveling alone like me. We all laughed about the cursed ship rumors some passengers were whispering about. Then came the second night. I'd gone to bed early after too many margaritas at the pool deck. Must have been around 11 when I woke up to this tapping sound. Tap, tap, tap. Pause, tap, tap, tap. coming from the wall next to my bed. At first, I thought it was just the ship. You know, normal creaking or pipes or whatever. But it was so rhythmic, so deliberate, like someone was trying to get my attention. I knocked back, just once. The tapping stopped immediately, then it started again, faster this time. Tap, 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 tap. I got up, turned on all the lights and pressed my ear against the wall. The tapping stopped again. Then I heard what sounded like a woman crying, muffled, like she was trying not to be heard. I called the front desk, and they sent someone about 20 minutes later. The crew member was this young guy, maybe 25, with dark circles under his eyes. He listened to the wall for a minute, then checked something on his tablet. "Ma'am, there's no cabin on the other side of this wall. It's just a maintenance space." He looked uncomfortable. Sometimes the ship makes strange noises as it settles. Nothing to worry about. But I saw his face. He was lying, or at least not telling me everything. After he left, I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at that wall, waiting for the tapping to start again. It didn't, but I swear I could feel someone watching me. The next morning at breakfast, I overheard the birthday group talking in hushed voices. One of their friends hadn't come back to her cabin last night. Shannon, I think her name was. They'd reported it to security, but no one seemed particularly concerned. She probably found company for the night, the security officer had told them with a wink. But by lunchtime, Shannon still hadn't shown up. Her friends were really worried now. I saw them talking to different crew members, all of whom had that same tight smile, saying they were looking into it. That afternoon, I was taking photos near the grand staircase when this little boy tugged on my sleeve. Couldn't have been older than 7. "The lady in the water dress was looking for you," he said, his eyes wide and serious. "What lady?" I asked, crouching down to his level. "The sad lady. She walks through walls at night. She told me to tell you to go home before you can't." His mother rushed over, apologizing. "He's been telling these stories since we boarded. Too much imagination." She pulled him away, but he kept looking back at me with those serious eyes. That night at dinner, the captain made an announcement that a passenger had taken ill and had been airlifted off the ship during the night for medical treatment. The way he said it felt rehearsed. I looked around at the other tables and caught Marcus's eye. He didn't believe it either. After dinner, Marcus and I grabbed drinks at one of the bars. He confessed he'd been hearing strange noises too. Footsteps in his room when no one was there, his bathroom faucet turning on by itself. He'd also seen a woman in an old-fashioned dress walk straight through a wall in the ballroom during a late-night jazz performance. "I've been on a dozen cruises," he told me, looking into his whiskey. "Never experienced anything like this. Something's wrong with this ship." That night, the tapping came back, louder this time, more insistent. I ignored it, pulled the pillow over my head. Then my balcony door slid open. I know I'd locked it. I always double-checked before bed. The curtains billowed in as the night air rushed in, freezing cold, despite us being in the Caribbean. I got up to close it, and that's when I saw her. A woman standing on my balcony, soaking wet, wearing what looked like a dress from the 1980s. Her skin was this horrible grayish-blue color, her eyes sunken and dark. Water dripped from her hair, from her clothes, forming a puddle at her feet, but the water was wrong, too thick, too dark. I froze, couldn't scream, couldn't move. She lifted one bloated finger and pointed at me. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice somehow inside my head rather than in my ears. "None of you should be here." I must have blacked out. When I came to, I was back in bed, the balcony door closed and locked, but there was a puddle of water on the floor. And written in the condensation on the balcony door were the words, "Get out." I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corridor outside my room. When a crew member found me at around 5 in the morning, I was a mess. I told him everything. He got this look on his face. Not surprise, but resignation. "Come with me," he said, taking my arm gently. He led me to a staff area, through a maze of narrow hallways, until we reached what looked like a small office. Inside was an older man in a uniform with more stripes than the other crew members, some kind of senior officer. Another one. The older man sighed when he saw me. The crew member who'd brought me nodded. "Cabin 812, same as the others. The older man gestured for me to sit down. Miss Lawson, isn't it? I'm Chief Officer Rivera. I understand you've had some experiences. I told him everything. The tapping, the woman on the balcony, the warning. He listened without interrupting, his face growing grimmer with each detail. You're not the first, he finally said, rubbing his temples. We've had 17 reports of similar incidents since we left port, and the passenger who disappeared, Shannon Miller, she was in cabin 814, just down from yours. What's happening? I demanded. What's wrong with this ship? Rivera looked at the other crew member who nodded and left the room, closing the door behind him. The Obsidian wasn't built from scratch, Rivera said quietly. Cost cutting. They salvaged about 40% of the hull and internal structure from a ship called the Meridian that disappeared in '82. Found it drifting empty in the Triangle 5 years ago. No bodies, no explanation. My blood ran cold. The old man at the port had been right. The company didn't publicize that part, of course. Bad for business. Rivera looked exhausted. I was against it from the start. You don't mess with ships that have history. So the ship is haunted? I asked, feeling ridiculous even saying it. Something followed us from the Triangle, or maybe it was always in the metal, waiting, I don't know. He leaned forward. But I know we're turning back. I've convinced the captain that the mechanical issues are serious enough to abort the cruise. We'll be back in New Orleans by tomorrow night. That morning, the captain announced exactly that, mechanical issues requiring us to return to port. The disappointment among passengers was overshadowed by relief for many. Turned out, I wasn't the only one who'd experienced strange things. That last day was the worst. The tapping became constant in certain parts of the ship. 3 more passengers reported seeing the dripping woman. One elderly man had a heart attack after claiming someone invisible had tried to push him down the stairs. The ship's hospital was full of people with unexplained symptoms. Everything from sudden high fevers to paralysis to speaking in voices that weren't their own. I spent most of the day on the main deck in public areas, afraid to be alone. Marcus found me there, looking as bad as I felt. Did you see the water? He asked, pointing to the wake behind the ship. I looked. Instead of the normal blue-green of the Caribbean, the water trailing behind us was darker, almost black in places, and there were shapes in it. Vague, human-like forms swimming alongside us, keeping pace no matter how fast we went. As the sun began to set, I found myself drawn to the back of the ship. Something was pulling me there, a compulsion I couldn't fight. Others were there too, maybe 30 of us, all staring silently at the water behind us. The drowned woman appeared again, standing on the water itself. This time she wasn't alone. Dozens of figures rose from the waves, men, women, children, all with that same waterlogged appearance, all staring at the ship with hollow eyes. They're following us home, Marcus whispered beside me. That night, the tapping came from everywhere. The walls, the ceiling, the floor. I tried to ignore it, tried to tell myself we'd be back in New Orleans soon and this nightmare would be over. But deep down, I knew the truth. Whatever had attached itself to the Obsidian wasn't going to stay behind when we docked. We made it back to port the next day. No one mentioned what they'd seen or heard. We all just wanted off that ship. As I was leaving, I passed Chief Officer Rivera. He looked like he'd aged 10 years overnight. It won't end here, he said quietly as I passed. They're awake now, and they remember. I've been home 3 days. The tapping started in my apartment last night, from inside the walls, and this morning I found puddles of dark water in every room. Even though nothing is leaking, my phone keeps showing texts from an unknown number, just 3 words, over and over. You brought us. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to stop this, but I know one thing for certain. Whatever was on that ship, whatever came back with us, it isn't finished. The Obsidian was just the beginning. Story 6. I still haven't told anyone about this except my wife. It happened last winter and I'm still having nightmares about it. I've been driving trucks for almost 30 years now, and I've seen a lot of weird stuff on the road, but nothing like what happened that night in Devil's Pass. For those who don't know, Devil's Pass is this nasty stretch of highway cutting through the Rockies between Denver and Salt Lake City. It's got these hairpin turns, steep grades, and in winter, it's a complete nightmare. Most experienced drivers avoid it during bad weather, but sometimes the job doesn't give you a choice. That night started like any other. I was in Denver, having just dropped off a load, planning to head home for a few days off. I was at this diner near the truck stop when my dispatcher called. He had this urgent tone in his voice. A last-minute haul of steel beams needed to get to Salt Lake by the next afternoon. The original driver had called in sick, and they were offering almost double the usual rate. "Frank, I know you're supposed to be heading home, but this one pays real good," he said. "Nobody else is available who knows those mountain routes." I hesitated when he mentioned the route, Devil's Pass. There was a storm system moving in, and that road is dangerous enough in good weather. But the money was too good to pass up, and I figured I could beat the worst of the weather if I left right away. Before heading out, I stopped by the truck stop convenience store to stock up on coffee and snacks. The old guy at the register looked at my paperwork and frowned. "You heading up through the pass tonight?" he asked, his weathered face creasing with concern. I nodded, and he shook his head. "Storm's coming in faster than they predicted. Radio says it'll hit the mountains by midnight." "I'll be halfway through by then," I assured him. He handed me my change with a grave look. "Be careful up there. That pass has taken more truckers than most people know. I've heard all the stories before. Every mountain pass has its legends. But something in the old man's eyes made me uneasy. Still, I've driven in plenty of bad weather and my rig was in perfect condition. I figured I'd be fine. I pulled out of the truck stop around 10 at night. The sky was clear in Denver, stars twinkling overhead, but I could see dark clouds gathering to the west, right where I was headed. The first hour went smoothly. Traffic thinned out as I climbed higher into the mountains, and I was making good time. Around 11:30, I hit the first snowflakes. Light at first, but within 20 minutes, it was coming down hard. The temperature dropped fast, and I could feel the road getting slicker beneath my tires. The wipers were working overtime, but visibility was getting worse by the minute. By midnight, I was deep in the pass. The snow was so thick I could barely see 20 feet in front of me. My high beams just reflected back off the wall of white. The road had narrowed with a sheer rock face on one side and a stomach-churning drop on the other. I slowed to about 25 miles per hour, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. That's when I realized I hadn't seen another vehicle for over an hour, not a single set of headlights or taillights. The CB radio was quiet too, just static and the occasional fragment of conversation from truckers on distant highways. I tried to call out a few times, asking if anyone else was on the pass, but got nothing back except crackling static. The isolation was getting to me. In 30 years of driving, I've never felt so completely alone on a highway. It was like the world had disappeared, leaving just me, my rig, and this godforsaken mountain pass. I reached for my thermos of coffee, taking a swig to stay alert, when my rearview mirror caught something that made me nearly choke. Headlights, coming up behind me, fast. Too fast for these conditions. At first, I felt relief. Another person out here meant I wasn't completely alone if something went wrong. But that relief quickly turned to concern as I watched those headlights gaining on me. They were moving at least twice my speed on a road where even 25 felt dangerous. I tapped my brakes a couple of times, flashing my tail lights as a warning. "Slow down, buddy. The road's treacherous up ahead." The truck behind me didn't slow at all. Within minutes, it was right on my tail, so close I couldn't even see its headlights anymore, just the glow illuminating my trailer. No trucker in their right mind drives that close in these conditions. One tap of the brakes and we'd both be in serious trouble. I grabbed the CB radio. "Southbound rig on my tail in the pass. You're running way too close. Back off before we both go over the edge." Nothing but static answered me. I tried again, switching channels. "Any trucker on Devil's Pass right now? Come back." More static, Then a weird sound, almost like laughter buried in the white noise, but distorted and broken up. It made the hair on my arms stand up. The truck behind me suddenly backed off a bit and I exhaled in relief, but then it swung out into the opposite lane. I couldn't believe it. This maniac was trying to pass me on a narrow mountain road in a blizzard with near-zero visibility. "Don't do it," I shouted, though there was no way the other driver could hear me. "There's a curve coming up." The other truck pulled alongside me and I glanced over, ready to give the driver a piece of my mind. What I saw instead froze the blood in my veins. It was an ancient Peterbilt, a model they stopped making sometime in the early 80s, the kind I used to see when I first started driving. But this one looked like it had been through hell. The paint was rusted and peeling, the chrome was dull, and the whole rig seemed wrong somehow, like it was there, but not fully solid. Worst of all, there was nobody behind the wheel. Nobody. I blinked hard, convinced my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. When I looked again, I caught a glimpse of something in the driver's seat, a dark silhouette that didn't look quite human, just a shadow where a person should be. My heart was hammering so hard I could barely breathe. I gripped the wheel tighter, fighting the urge to swerve. The ghost truck, I didn't know what else to call it, kept pace with me perfectly, despite the dangerous speed and conditions. Then it started to pull ahead. As the back of its trailer passed in front of me, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Deep, massive damage to the rear of the trailer, the kind that happens when a rig goes over a cliff. The metal was twisted and crushed, with scrape marks along the side. I slowed down, wanting to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever the hell that was. The phantom truck continued forward, its taillights glowing an unnatural red through the snow. Then, at the next curve, instead of following the road, it just drove straight off the edge of the cliff. No crash, no sound. It just disappeared into the darkness beyond the guardrail. I pulled over at the first safe spot I could find, my hands shaking so badly I could barely set the brake. I sat there for almost 20 minutes, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Had I fallen asleep at the wheel? Was I hallucinating from exhaustion? But I knew I wasn't. Whatever I'd seen was real, or at least as real as something like that could be. When I finally worked up the courage to start driving again, I took it even slower than before. Every shadow on the road made me flinch. Every gust of wind that rocked my trailer sent my heart rate soaring. I just wanted to get through the pass and back to civilization. It was almost 4 in the morning when I finally reached the truck stop on the western side of the mountains. The storm had eased up, leaving about 8 inches of fresh snow on the ground. The place was quiet, just a few trucks in the lot and a handful of drivers inside, nursing coffee and waiting for the plows to clear the highway. I was still so shaken I could barely walk straight as I made my way inside. I must have looked like hell because the waitress took one look at me and poured a coffee without asking. "Rough night on the pass?" she asked, sliding the mug toward me. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak yet. At a table near mine, 3 older drivers were talking quietly. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but when one of them mentioned Devil's Pass, my ears perked up. "Happened in '86, one of them was saying. "Middle of a January storm, just like tonight. Guy was hauling steel beams, same as Frank here." He nodded in my direction. "Radio said his brakes failed on the big curve, went straight over the edge." "They never found his body, did they?" another driver asked. "Nope. Found the truck about 500 feet down, completely destroyed. But the driver's seat was empty. No blood, nothing, like he just vanished." The third driver, a man with a gray beard and the weathered face of someone who'd spent decades on the road, lowered his voice. "My cousin was part of the recovery crew, said they found something strange in the wreckage. The manifest showed he was hauling steel beams to Salt Lake, but half the load was missing. No sign of it anywhere on the mountainside." "What are you saying? That he's still trying to deliver his load?" The first driver chuckled, but it sounded forced. The bearded driver shrugged. "All I know is, every few years, someone comes down from that pass with a story about seeing an old Peterbilt running too fast for conditions, always during the worst storms, always at night. I must have made some kind of noise because all three men turned to look at me. "You see something up there tonight, son?" the bearded driver asked. I wanted to tell them. I opened my mouth to describe what I'd seen, but something stopped me. Fear, maybe, or the certainty that saying it out loud would make it more real than I could handle. So I just shook my head and stared into my coffee. I delivered my load to Salt Lake City later that day, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept checking my mirrors, expecting to see that rusted Peterbilt gaining on me again. That was 8 months ago. I've turned down every job that would take me through Devil's Pass since then. My dispatcher thinks I'm being difficult, but I don't care. Some roads, once they claim a life, never really let go. Sometimes late at night when I'm driving alone, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my mirror. Headlights moving too fast, coming up behind me. My heart stops until I see it's just a normal car or truck. But for that split second, I'm back in the pass, watching an empty driver's seat go by. I don't know what I saw that night. A ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely. All I know is 30 years on the road didn't prepare me for it, and no amount of money would get me back on Devil's Pass after dark. Story 7. I've been a cat owner my entire adult life. But what happened last night has me questioning everything I thought I knew about animals. I'm still shaking as I type this. I need to get this off my chest because I haven't been able to sleep since it happened, and I can't stop thinking about it. For context, I'm 32 years old, married to Ben for 5 years now. We have one cat, Salem, a black domestic shorthair we adopted 3 years ago from the shelter. He's always been a typical cat, independent, sometimes affectionate, loves his routine, and absolutely obsessed with food. Nothing unusual. About a year ago, my friend Jess told me something that I honestly laughed off at the time. We were having coffee, and she seemed hesitant to share, prefacing it with, "You're going to think I'm crazy." She told me that one night, her cat Mochi had spoken to her, not meowed in a way that sounded like words, actually spoken. According to Jess, she was lying in bed when she felt Mochi approach. Before jumping on the bed, she swears she heard a small, feminine voice say, "Move." Jess said she instinctively rolled over, and sure enough, Mochi jumped up and settled in the spot where she had been lying. I remember nodding politely while thinking she must have been half asleep or that her brain had just interpreted a normal cat sound as speech. I even joked about it later with Ben. Imagine if Salem started talking to us, he'd probably just demand more treats all day. We had a good laugh about it, but I'm not laughing anymore. Last night was completely ordinary at first. Ben and I had dinner, watched some Netflix, and went through our usual bedtime routine. Salem had eaten his dinner around 7 o'clock, a generous portion of his wet food that he devoured as always. I even gave him a few extra treats before bed, which is probably why what happened later makes even less sense. We went to bed around 11. Ben fell asleep almost immediately, he always does, while I scrolled through my phone for a bit. I put it down around 11:30 and tried to fall asleep, but Ben was tossing and turning more than usual. He's been stressed at work lately, and it's been affecting his sleep. I was lying on my back, staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore his movements and the way the bed shook slightly every time he turned over. That's when I heard Salem's collar jingling as he walked into our bedroom. This wasn't unusual. He often comes to bed after we do. I could see his silhouette in the doorway against the dim nightlight from the hallway. Normally, he'd jump right up and settle at our feet or sometimes between us, but last night he just sat there at my side of the bed staring at me. I remember thinking it was a little odd but not alarming. Sometimes he sits and stares before jumping up, especially if the blankets are pulled tight and he's assessing the best way to get on the bed. I propped myself up on my elbows to look at him, expecting him to take the movement as an invitation. Instead, he just continued staring. His eyes caught the faint light, giving off that eerie green-gold glow that cat's eyes do in semi-darkness. I was about to whisper his name when it happened. "Up, I'm hungry." The voice was high-pitched but not childlike. It was wrong, not human. It wasn't out loud in the room. It was more like it bypassed my ears entirely and spoke directly into my mind. But it was crystal clear, like someone standing right next to me had whispered directly into my brain. I froze, completely froze. My entire body went cold, and I felt this horrible prickling sensation crawl up my spine. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. All I could do was stare back at Salem, whose eyes hadn't moved from mine. For a few seconds, though it felt like hours, we just stared at each other in the dark. The only sound was Ben's breathing and the faint ticking of our bedroom clock. I kept waiting for Salem to meow or move or do anything normal, anything that would break the moment and let me convince myself I'd imagined it. Finally, I managed to whisper, "Salem?" My voice came out shaky and thin. He tilted his head slightly, and I swear, it looked like he was considering something. Then he simply turned and walked out of the room, his collar jingling as he disappeared down the hallway. I lay there paralyzed for what must have been at least 20 minutes. My heart was pounding so hard, I was surprised it didn't wake Ben. I kept replaying it in my head, trying to rationalize it. Maybe I was falling asleep and it was some kind of hypnagogic hallucination. But I wasn't even close to falling asleep. I was wide awake, frustrated by Ben's tossing and turning. Eventually, I gathered enough courage to get out of bed. My legs felt wobbly, and I had to steady myself against the wall. I needed to find Salem, to see him acting normal, to reassure myself. I found him in the kitchen, sitting by his empty food bowl. When he saw me, he meowed, a normal, regular cat meow. Nothing unusual, nothing human, just the same meow sound he's always made. But the way he was looking at me, I can't explain it. It wasn't a normal cat look. There was something knowing in his eyes. My hands were shaking as I opened a can of his food, even though he'd already eaten plenty earlier. I just needed to do something normal, something that would re-establish the natural order of things. He ate it eagerly, like any cat would, occasionally glancing up at me as if to check I was still watching. I sat on the kitchen floor, hugging my knees to my chest, watching him eat. The digital clock on the microwave read 12:17. The house was completely silent except for the sound of Salem's crunching and the occasional creaking of our old refrigerator. When he finished eating, he licked his paws, cleaned his face like he always does, then walked over to me. I tensed, half expecting to hear that voice again. Instead, he rubbed against my leg, purring loudly, then sauntered off toward the living room as if nothing unusual had happened. I didn't go back to bed. I couldn't. I sat in the kitchen until the sky started to lighten, trying to make sense of what had happened. When Ben's alarm went off at 6, I was still sitting there, now at the kitchen table with a cold cup of tea I'd made around 3 and barely touched. He found me there, asked if I was okay. I lied and said I'd had a nightmare and couldn't get back to sleep. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth. What would I even say? Hey, our cat spoke to me last night. He'd think I was having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I am. That's the thing. I don't know what's worse. The possibility that our cat actually communicated with me in a way that defies everything I understand about reality, or the possibility that I'm losing my grip on sanity. Today, Salem has been acting completely normal. He slept in his usual sunny spot, played with his toys, demanded attention at his regular times. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I can't stop watching him, waiting for something. Some sign that what happened was real, or some reassurance that it wasn't. I keep thinking about Jess's story now. At the time, I dismissed it so easily. Now I'm wondering if she really did experience what she described. Was she as terrified as I am? She seemed so casual about it when she told me, like it was strange but not horrifying. Maybe she didn't hear it the way I did, that inhuman voice that wasn't quite a voice. I haven't called her yet. I'm not sure I want to. Part of me is afraid she'll confirm it, and part of me is afraid she'll think I'm mocking her previous experience. I've spent most of today researching online, looking for similar experiences. There are plenty of stories from pet owners who swear their animals have communicated with them, but most seem like projection or interpretation of normal animal behaviors. Nothing like what I experienced, that clear, distinct voice that wasn't a voice. Ben will be home from work soon. Salem is currently curled up on the couch, looking like the most innocent creature in the world. I keep going back and forth between convincing myself it was just my imagination and then remembering how real it felt in that moment. The worst part isn't even the event itself, it's the questions it raises. If Salem can communicate like that, has he always been able to? Has he been understanding everything we say all this time? Are all animals capable of this? Why would he choose that moment to speak? And why those specific words when he had already eaten? I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight. Every time I close my eyes, I see Salem sitting there in the darkness, staring at me with those glowing eyes. I hear that voice that wasn't a voice saying, "Up, I'm hungry." I feel that cold terror creeping up my spine again. What happens if he speaks again? What if he says something else, something worse? What if he's not the only one? These questions keep circling in my mind, making me question everything I thought I knew about the animals we share our homes and lives with. I need to know if anyone else has experienced something like this, something that can't be explained away as imagination or misinterpreted animal sounds, something that makes you question the very nature of the creatures we think we know so well. Because right now, I'm looking at Salem sleeping peacefully on the couch, and I can't help but wonder, who or what am I really sharing my home with? Story 8. I'm still struggling to process what happened that night in Westfield. It's been 3 years, but I can recall every detail like it happened yesterday. I've tried telling a few people about it, but I always get the same reactions: disbelief, concerned looks, or straight-up laughs. I guess I can't blame them. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were making it up too. It was mid-August, about 2 weeks before we were all supposed to leave for college. Our friend group, 6 of us who'd been tight since freshman year of high school, wanted to spend as much time together as possible before we scattered across different states. That night, we decided to hang out at the Westfield soccer fields, a spot we'd been going to since we got our licenses. The Westfield fields sit on this small hill overlooking the town. During the day, it's packed with kids playing soccer, but at night, it's completely deserted. The fields back up to this dense tree line that stretches for miles, part of the state forest that surrounds our small town. We liked going there because it was quiet, away from parents and other people, where we could just talk about life and what was coming next. That night, we took Jake's Suburban since it could fit all of us. It was me, Jake, Melissa, Tyler, Aiden, and Kayla. Jake parked at our usual spot on the small gravel lot overlooking the fields. It was probably around 11:30 or so when we got there. The sky was clear, and there was this half moon that gave just enough light to see the outlines of the soccer goals and the dark mass of trees beyond. We were just hanging out, music playing softly from the car speakers, windows down to catch the summer breeze. Jake and Melissa were in the front seats, Tyler and Aiden in the middle row, and Kayla and I were in the back. We were passing around a bag of chips, talking about college and how weird it would be not seeing each other every day. Normal stuff. It was probably close to midnight when everything changed. Jake suddenly cut off mid-sentence and gripped the steering wheel. "What the hell is that?" His voice was tight, almost strangled. At first I thought he was joking around trying to scare us. Jake was always pulling pranks. Melissa looked where he was pointing, toward the tree line at the far end of the fields, and I saw her body go rigid. "Oh my God," she whispered. "Do you guys see that?" Tyler and Aiden leaned forward between the front seats to look. Within seconds, Tyler muttered, "Holy shit," and Aiden went completely silent, which was unusual for him. Kayla and I exchanged confused glances. From the back seat, we couldn't see what they were looking at. I remember feeling annoyed, thinking they were all in on some stupid joke. "Very funny, guys," I said, rolling my eyes. "What's the punchline?" None of them answered. They were all staring out the windshield, completely still. That's when I started feeling uneasy. These were my friends. I knew when they were faking and when they weren't. This wasn't fake. "Seriously, what are you looking at?" Kayla asked, her voice edged with nervousness. Tyler pointed without turning around. "By the trees, right where the left goal is. Do you see it?" Kayla and I unbuckled and leaned forward between the seats to get a better view. At first, I didn't see anything, just the dark field, the white-painted goalposts faintly visible in the moonlight, and the black wall of trees beyond. Then I saw it, and everything I thought I understood about reality shattered. Standing at the edge of the tree line was something that shouldn't exist. It was humanoid in shape, had a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, but it wasn't human, not even close. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and its entire body seemed to be made of this transparent blue energy, like looking at electricity through blue glass. I could almost see through it, but it was definitely solid, definitely there. The blue light wasn't just a glow around it, it was the thing itself. The light pulsed and flowed through its body like blood through veins, brighter in some areas, dimmer in others. There were no facial features I could make out, just a slightly brighter concentration of blue where a head would be. "Are you guys seeing this?" I whispered, not wanting to take my eyes off it. 5 voices responded in unison with variations of yes and "what the fuck is that?" The entity just stood there, perfectly still, at the edge of the forest. It seemed to be facing us, though without visible eyes, it was hard to tell, but I felt it watching us. We all did. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds, none of us moved or spoke. The only sound was our breathing and the low hum of the car's engine. Then, slowly, the blue figure turned, a deliberate, fluid motion, and walked back into the forest. The blue glow disappeared between the trees, and within moments, it was gone. The 6 of us sat in complete silence for what must have been at least 5 minutes. I remember my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands were shaking. Jake was the first to speak. Did we all just see the same thing? His voice was barely above a whisper. "A tall, blue glowing figure?" Melissa asked. "That looked like it was made of blue energy," Tyler added. "That just walked back into the woods?" Aiden continued. We all nodded. "This isn't possible," I said, more to myself than to them. 6 people don't hallucinate the exact same thing at the exact same time. "What if it was a light or something?" Kayla suggested, but her voice trembled. "Like a reflection or..." "Reflections don't walk," Jake cut in. "And they don't stand 7 feet tall." "What the hell was it then?" Tyler asked, his usual confidence completely gone. None of us had an answer. We sat there debating possibilities, a prank with lights and projectors, but who would do that and how? Some bizarre atmospheric phenomenon, a shared hallucination from carbon monoxide in the car, but we had the windows down. Even aliens or ghosts, nothing fit, nothing made sense. Jake started the car. "I think we should go." No one objected. As we pulled away, we all kept our eyes fixed on that spot by the trees, half expecting the blue entity to reappear. It didn't. The drive back was tense. We kept talking about what we'd seen, comparing details, confirming with each other that yes, we'd all witnessed the exact same thing. The weird thing was how consistent our descriptions were. The height, the blue energy flowing through it, the way it moved. 6 different people with 6 identical accounts. We ended up at an all-night diner, huddled in a corner booth, speaking in hushed voices about what happened. The normalcy of the diner, the flickering fluorescent lights, the clinking of coffee cups, the tired-looking waitress, made what we'd experienced seem even more surreal. "Should we tell someone?" Melissa asked. "Like who?" Jake scoffed. "The police." "Excuse me, officer. We'd like to report a glowing blue energy being at the soccer fields. They'd breathalyze us on the spot." He was right. Who would believe us? I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. We made a pact that night to look into it, to research similar sightings, to try to find an explanation. We even drove back to the fields the next day in broad daylight. There was nothing unusual there, just empty soccer fields and the forest beyond. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no sign that anything had been there. Over the following days, we scoured the internet for similar sightings. We found plenty of stories about strange lights in the woods, but nothing quite matching what we'd seen. We checked local news for any weird reports. Nothing. We even asked around town casually if anyone had seen anything strange at the fields. We got nothing but strange looks. Then college started, and we all went our separate ways. But that night at Westfield changed us. We still talk about it when we get together on breaks, 3 years later, and none of us has found an explanation that makes sense. The thing that haunts me most isn't just what we saw. It's the fact that 6 people saw it. If it had just been me, I could have written it off as my mind playing tricks. But all 6 of us seeing the exact same impossible thing, that's what I can't reconcile. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, and I swear I can see that blue glow at the edges of my vision. It's gone when I turn to look, but for a split second, it's there. I've talked to the others. They've experienced similar things. Melissa says she sometimes sees flashes of blue in forests when she drives past them. Tyler refuses to go hiking anymore. I've spent countless hours trying to find anyone who's had a similar experience. I've joined paranormal forums, read scientific papers on atmospheric phenomena, even contacted a few professors who study optical illusions. No one has a satisfying answer. Was it something supernatural, some unknown natural phenomenon, something from another dimension or planet? I don't know. None of us knows. All I know for certain is that on that August night, 6 people witnessed something that shouldn't exist according to everything we understand about reality. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just putting this out there in case someone else has seen it too, in case someone has an explanation, in case I'm not crazy. Because the alternative, that there are things in this world that completely defy explanation, that walk among us unseen except for brief glimpses, that's almost too terrifying to accept. But I know what I saw, what we all saw. That blue entity at Westfield was real, and I need to know what it was. Orca. Story 9. I've been putting off writing this for months now. Even as I type this, my hands are shaking. I'm not sure if sharing my experience will help or just make things worse, but I need to get this out there. Maybe someone will believe me. Maybe someone can explain what happened. I've been a police officer in Ravenswood for 7 years. Nothing big ever happens here. Mostly noise complaints, teenagers drinking in the park, and the occasional domestic dispute. That's why what happened last November stands out so vividly in my mind. It was a Tuesday night shift. I remember because I'd been looking forward to watching the season finale of this crime show I follow, but got called in to cover for Mike, who had the flu. The night was unusually quiet. Not even a speeding ticket. Around 11:15, dispatch radioed in about a disturbance at 1450 Elm Street. Neighbors reporting strange noises, the dispatcher said. Possible breaking and entering. I knew the address immediately. Everyone in Ravenswood does. It's this massive Victorian house in the fancy part of town, the kind with wraparound porches and ornate trim work. The place had been on and off the market for years. Nobody stayed there long. There were rumors, of course. There always are with old houses like that, but nothing concrete. When I pulled up to the curb, everything looked normal. Porch light was on, curtains drawn, no signs of forced entry, no screaming or fighting, just silence. I radioed in my arrival and approached the front door. The porch steps creaked under my weight. When I knocked, the door shifted slightly. It wasn't fully closed. My training kicked in. Announce yourself, hand on holster, be ready for anything. Police officer, anyone home? Nothing. I pushed the door open wider with my flashlight. Hello? This is Officer Mitchell. I'm responding to a noise complaint. The house was dark except for a single lamp in what looked like the living room. The air inside felt heavy, if that makes any sense. You know that feeling when you walk into a room where people have just been arguing, that lingering tension. It was like that, but worse. The first thing that hit me was the smell, flowers, like someone had gone overboard with air freshener, but underneath that was something metallic, like pennies or, I don't know, something that made my stomach turn. I did a quick sweep of the first floor, living room, dining room, kitchen. Everything was immaculate. Not a dish in the sink, not a cushion out of place. It looked like a model home, not somewhere people actually lived. No signs of struggle, no broken windows, nothing to suggest a disturbance. I should have called for backup then. That's procedure. But nothing seemed wrong enough to justify it, you know? Just a weird vibe. And honestly, I didn't want the guys at the station making fun of me for being spooked by an empty house. So I headed upstairs. The staircase was narrow, with family photos lining the wall. As I shined my flashlight on them, I noticed something odd. The faces were all blurred, like someone had taken sandpaper to them. Not vandalized exactly, more like worn away by time, but only the faces. The upstairs hallway had 4 doors, all closed. I called out again, "Police, is anyone up here?" The silence was deafening. My voice seemed to get swallowed up by the walls. I opened the first door. A bathroom, empty. Second door, what looked like a home office, empty too. But the desk chair was spinning slightly, as if someone had just gotten up. The third door led to a child's bedroom, pink walls and stuffed animals, everything covered in a thin layer of dust. The master bedroom was at the end of the hall. When I pushed open the door, my flashlight beam caught something shiny on the bed. The bed was perfectly made, hospital corners and everything, with this old-fashioned tape recorder sitting right in the middle of it. I remember thinking how out of place it looked, this vintage piece of equipment on a crisp white duvet. I approached slowly, sweeping my light around the room. No one under the bed, no one in the closet. Just this tape recorder with its little red light blinking, indicating it was recording or ready to play. I don't know what possessed me to press the button. Curiosity, protocol, whatever the reason, I hit play. The tape hissed for a moment, and then a voice, soft, almost childlike, spoke. "Hello, Sarah. I've been waiting for you." My blood turned to ice. How did they know my name? I hadn't introduced myself fully when I called out, just Officer Mitchell. But this voice knew my first name. I drew my gun immediately, spinning around. "Who's there? Show yourself." The room remained empty, but the air changed. It got colder, so cold I could see my breath, and the shadows seemed to move. Not like when a cloud passes over the moon and changes the lighting. More like they were alive, stretching across the walls independent of any light source. I backed toward the door, my gun raised. "This is Officer Mitchell requesting immediate backup at 1450 Elm Street." My radio crackled with static. Through the noise, I thought I heard voices, but they weren't dispatch. They were whispers, too many to count, all saying different things at once. The tape recorder clicked off by itself, then clicked back on. "They can't hear you, Sarah. No one can hear you now." I fired a shot into the darkest corner of the room, where the shadows seemed thickest. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space, but it had no effect. The bullet hole in the wall was visible, but the shadows remained, now moving more quickly, circling me. The temperature dropped even further. My fingers felt numb around my gun. The metallic smell from downstairs was stronger now, overpowering the floral scent. "What do you want?" My voice sounded small, even to my own ears. The tape recorder didn't respond this time. Instead, I heard humming coming from the hallway, a lullaby, slow and haunting, the kind that's meant to be comforting but just sounds creepy. I turned toward the doorway, and that's when I saw it. A figure, darker than the darkness around it, standing just outside the room. Not quite solid, not quite shadow. It was tall, too tall for the doorframe, and its proportions were wrong. Arms too long, neck too thin, and it was humming that lullaby. I fired again, 3 shots this time. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch. The humming didn't stop. My radio erupted with static again, so loud it hurt my ears. Through it, I heard my name being called over and over in different voices. Some sounded like people I knew, my mom, my ex, colleagues from the station. Others were strangers. The shadows in the room began to converge, flowing toward me like water. I backed up until I hit the wall. My flashlight flickered and died. Now the only light came from the hallway behind the figure. "Please," I whispered, not even sure what I was begging for. The figure took a step forward. It was in the room now. The humming got louder. I could make out the tune clearly. "Hush, little baby." My grandmother used to sing it to me. The shadows reached my feet, crawling up my legs like cold fingers. I tried to move but couldn't. It wasn't that something was holding me in place. My body simply wouldn't respond to my commands. The figure took another step. Now it was at the foot of the bed. The tape recorder clicked on again. "Join us, Sarah. We've saved a place for you." The voice wasn't childlike anymore. It was a chorus, dozens of voices speaking in unison. And I recognized one of them as the missing person from last year. A hiker who'd vanished in the woods outside town. They'd never found her body. The shadows were at my waist now, my chest. I could feel them pressing in, not just against my uniform, but through it, into my skin. Cold, so cold. "Help," I tried to scream, but it came out as a whisper. The figure was closer now, close enough that I should have been able to see a face, but there was nothing there, just emptiness darker than the darkest night. It reached for me with those two long arms. The humming stopped. In the silence that followed, it spoke, not through the tape recorder but directly into my mind. "Your name will be called too someday." The shadows reached my neck, my face. I couldn't breathe, couldn't see. The last thing I remember was the figure's hand. Not a hand, really. More like the idea of a hand, touching my cheek. It was like being touched by liquid nitrogen. Then nothing. I woke up in my cruiser, parked in front of the station. The clock on the dashboard said 4:27 a.m. My shift had ended almost an hour earlier. I had no memory of driving back. When I checked the call log, there was no record of a disturbance at 1450 Elm Street. No record of me radioing in my arrival. According to dispatch, I'd spent the night doing routine patrols. I drove back to Elm Street as the sun was coming up. The house looked different in daylight, smaller, less imposing, but still wrong somehow. I knocked on the door, no answer. I peered through the windows. The rooms were empty, not just unoccupied, completely empty. No furniture, no lamps, nothing. I asked around. According to county records, 1450 Elm Street has been vacant for 3 years. The last owners moved out after their daughter went missing. Inside the house, they never found her. I've requested a transfer 3 times since that night. Denied every time. Sometimes on night shift my radio picks up static and beneath it I hear humming. And sometimes when I drive past Elm Street I see a light on in the upstairs window. Just for a second. I don't stop anymore. Last week a new family moved in. I wanted to warn them, but what would I say? That the house knows my name, that shadows can have weight and substance, that sometimes, late at night, I still feel cold fingers on my skin. They wouldn't believe me. No one does. But if you're ever in Ravenswood, stay away from 1450 Elm Street. If you hear someone call your name when no one's there, don't answer. And if you hear humming, run. Run as fast as you can, because whatever's in that house, it's patient. It can wait, and I think it's waiting for me to come back. Story 10. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. Part of me wants to forget everything, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened. This all started back in winter 2020, right before COVID really took off. My family had just bought this massive old house in rural Montana for dirt cheap, like suspiciously cheap, a quarter of what it should have cost. My dad kept saying we'd scored the deal of a lifetime, but my mom was more cautious. The previous owner had basically fled, claiming the place was haunted by something unworldly. His exact words, Dad just laughed it off as the ramblings of some old guy trying to explain why he was selling a perfectly good property in the middle of nowhere. We're the Jensens, me, Michael, my parents, my grandparents who live with us, and my older sister Emma, and our 3 dogs, Lisa, a golden retriever, Tina, a border collie mix, and Maria, a German shepherd. The dogs were super important to what happened later. The house itself was this sprawling 2-story place with these long hallways and way too many rooms for just our family. It sat on a huge plot of land surrounded by dense forest on all sides. I'm not exaggerating when I say the nearest neighbor was about 5 kilometers away through thick woods. It was the kind of isolation that seems romantic until you actually experience it. For the first few months, everything was fine, normal, boring even. My grandpa kept joking about getting our money back from the ghost insurance since we hadn't seen anything supernatural. I remember rolling my eyes every time he said it. Then came that weekend in late February. My uncle was getting married in a city about 3 hours away, and my entire family was going to attend, all except for me. I had these massive exams coming up at college, and I convinced my parents to let me stay behind to study. They were hesitant, not because of any ghosts, but because of leaving me alone in such an isolated place. But I was 20 years old, and I'd been alone plenty of times before. Plus, we had the dogs. My dad finally agreed, but made me promise to call them twice a day. The morning they left, it was snowing lightly. I remember standing at the door waving as our SUV disappeared down the long driveway into the tree line. It was around 8 in the morning, and they'd be gone for 2 nights. I went back inside, made some coffee, and set up my books at the kitchen table. The dogs were curled up near the fireplace, and everything felt perfectly normal. I studied until around 5 in the afternoon, only taking breaks to eat and let the dogs out. As the day went on, the snow picked up. By evening, it was coming down pretty heavily. I fed the dogs, made myself some pasta, and settled in for more studying. I called my parents around 7, and everything was fine. They were at the hotel, getting ready for the rehearsal dinner. It was around 9 when I first noticed something off. I was deep into my biology textbook when I realized the house had gotten unusually cold. Not just chilly, but bone-deep cold, like someone had left every window open. I checked the thermostat, and it read 72 degrees, which made no sense given how freezing it felt. I cranked it up to 78 and went back to studying. Half an hour later, I was still shivering. The dogs had abandoned their spots by the fireplace and were all huddled around my feet under the table. That wasn't normal. I decided to take a break and check if a window was open somewhere. I started with the ground floor, moving from room to room. Nothing seemed wrong until I reached the main hallway that connected the front of the house to the back. It was noticeably colder there, like see your breath cold. I remember thinking it was bizarre since there were no windows in that hallway, just a long stretch of wall with family photos we'd hung up. As I was standing there trying to figure out where the cold was coming from, all 3 dogs came running in and stopped dead at the hallway entrance. Lisa, who's normally the friendliest dog you'll ever meet, started growling. Not her playful growl, but this deep, threatening sound I'd never heard her make before. Then Tina and Maria joined in, all 3 of them staring down the hallway like they could see something I couldn't. I tried calling them, but they wouldn't budge. They just stood there, hackles raised, growling at nothing. I felt this creeping unease start to build in my stomach. I told myself it was just the draft making them act weird, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I decided to walk down the hallway myself. Each step felt heavier than the last, like I was walking through mud. The cold intensified as I moved forward. About halfway down, I noticed something that made me stop. The family photos on the walls. They were crooked, all of them. Not dramatically, just slightly off-center, like someone had gone down the line and carefully tilted each one. I distinctly remember thinking, I didn't do that. No one did that. These photos had been perfectly straight that morning. I'd walked this hallway dozens of times that day. I started straightening them, one by one. When I got to a photo of me and Emma from last summer, I froze. In the reflection of the glass, I could have sworn I saw someone standing behind me. just a dark shape, blurry and indistinct. I spun around so fast I nearly fell, but there was nothing there, just the empty hallway stretching back toward the kitchen where the dogs were still barking and growling. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself I was being stupid, that I was just tired from studying all day. I finished straightening the photos and hurried back to the kitchen. The dogs immediately surrounded me, whining and pressing against my legs like they were trying to protect me. I decided I needed a break from studying anyway. I turned on the TV to drown out the sounds of the wind and the creaking of the old house. About 20 minutes into some random Netflix show, the power flickered. Once, twice, then went out completely. Perfect, I muttered to myself. Just what I needed, a power outage in the middle of nowhere during a snowstorm. I used my phone's flashlight to find some candles in the kitchen drawer. As I was lighting them, I heard a noise from that hallway again, a soft thud, like something being knocked over. I called out, "Hello?" Immediately felt stupid. Of course, no one was there. I was alone in the house. The dogs were all around me, so it wasn't them. Must have been something settling in the old house, I reasoned. I grabbed a flashlight and one of the candles and decided to check it out anyway. The dogs refused to follow me this time. They stayed in the kitchen, whining as I approached the hallway. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating that same long stretch of wall with our family photos. Only now, all the photos were crooked again. Every single one I had just straightened. My stomach dropped. I moved the light slowly across each frame, and that's when I noticed something else. In every photo that had me in it, my face was now blurred. Not like someone had taken an eraser to them, but like my features had been smudged while the photo was developing. I stepped closer to examine one, and that's when I heard it, breathing. Not my own, which I'd been holding since I noticed the photos. This was a raspy, wet sound, like someone with pneumonia trying to draw breath. It seemed to be coming from the end of the hallway. I swung my flashlight in that direction, but saw nothing. The breathing stopped as soon as the light hit that area. I stood frozen, unable to move forward or retreat. The flame of my candle flickered violently, despite there being no draft I could feel. "This isn't happening," I whispered to myself. "This is not real." As if in response, every photo frame on the wall suddenly slammed against the wall in perfect unison. The sound was like a gunshot in the silence, and I dropped both the flashlight and candle. The hallway plunged into darkness. I scrambled for the flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. When I finally got it and switched it back on, what I saw made my blood run cold. At the far end of the hallway stood a figure, not clearly defined, more like a darker patch of shadow that had a vaguely human shape. It didn't move, didn't approach, just stood there. The only distinct feature I could make out was two pale spots where eyes should be. I backed away slowly, unable to look away from it. The dogs in the kitchen were going absolutely berserk now, barking and howling like they were being tortured. The figure remained still, but the breathing sound returned, louder now. When my back hit the kitchen doorway, I finally turned and ran. The dogs were all pressed against the far wall of the kitchen, staring at the hallway entrance. I grabbed my phone and keys, called for the dogs, and we all ran for the front door. The snow was coming down in sheets now, but I didn't care. I'd rather freeze than stay in that house another minute. I fumbled with the door lock, my fingers numb with cold and fear. Behind me, the dogs suddenly went silent, all three of them at once. I turned to see them staring past me, their eyes wide with terror. I felt it before I saw it, a pressure change in the air, like when you're in an airplane that's descending too fast. My ears popped painfully, and then the temperature dropped so rapidly that the sweat on my forehead crystallized. I'm not exaggerating. It went from cold to Arctic in seconds. I managed to get the door open and practically fell outside, the dogs bolting past me into the snow. I slammed the door shut and ran to my car. It took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition because my hands were shaking so badly. As I was backing out, I looked up at the house. Every light was on, every single one, despite the power being out just minutes before. And there, in the upstairs window of my bedroom, was the figure, still indistinct, still just a darker shadow against the light, but unmistakably watching me. I floored it down the driveway, the dogs huddled in the back seat, whimpering. I drove straight to a motel about 40 minutes away and paid for a room with the emergency credit card my parents had given me. I called them immediately, but of course they didn't believe me. They thought I'd gotten spooked being alone and had imagined things. When they got back 2 days later, everything in the house was normal. No crooked pictures, no blurred faces in the photos. The power was on, and there was no unusual cold. They chalked it up to me watching too many horror movies or the stress of studying. But the dogs won't go down that hallway anymore. Not ever. And neither will I if I can help it. We're still living in the house because my parents refuse to believe anything happened. They think I had some kind of anxiety attack. Maybe they're right. Maybe I did imagine it all, except for one thing I can't explain. When I finally worked up the courage to look at the security camera footage from that night, we have a single camera at the front door. There's a 2-hour gap. The footage jumps from 10:37 p.m. to 12:42 a.m., right around the time I fled the house. And in the frame just before the gap, you can see it. A dark shadow moving across the camera view, obscuring the lens. I still live here. I still walk past that hallway every day, but I never go down it alone and never at night. And sometimes when the house is quiet, I swear I can still hear that wet, raspy breathing, just on the edge of hearing, waiting for me to be alone again. Story 11. This started when I was around 5 years old. We were living in a small town in Texas, in this old 2-story house my parents got for a steal. My room was upstairs, and I had this bunk bed even though I didn't share with anyone. I just liked sleeping on the top bunk because it made me feel safer somehow. Funny how that turned out. The first time it happened, I woke up in the middle of the night and felt something heavy on my legs. When I looked down, there was a severed arm lying across my knees. I'm not exaggerating. A human arm, pale and cold, just sitting there on my Barbie blanket. I screamed so loud I swear the neighbors must have heard, but by the time my mom rushed in, it was gone. She held me while I sobbed, telling me it was just a nightmare, that I needed to stop watching scary cartoons before bed. But it wasn't a nightmare. I know what dreams feel like, and this wasn't that. I felt the weight of it. I felt how cold it was through my blanket. It happened again a few weeks later, but worse. I woke up to find what looked like a dead body lying next to me on the small top bunk. It was just there, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. I was too terrified to scream this time. I just squeezed my eyes shut and counted to 100, whispering to myself that it wasn't real. When I opened my eyes, it was gone, but I swear I felt the mattress shift when it disappeared. My mom started getting frustrated with my night terrors. Dad suggested a nightlight, which they put in the corner of my room. It cast this dim yellow glow that somehow made everything worse, creating more shadows than it eliminated. By the time I was 7, things changed. Instead of body parts or corpses, I started seeing her, a girl standing in the corner of my room. She was actually really pretty, with this super long black hair that hung down past her waist. She always wore the same flowing white dress that seemed to move slightly, even when there wasn't any breeze. At first, she would just stand there, watching me. I'd pull my blanket over my head and pray she'd be gone when I peeked out. Sometimes she was, sometimes she wasn't. My parents took me to a child psychologist who suggested I was dealing with anxiety. He recommended keeping a journal by my bed to write down my dreams when I woke up. But how could I explain that I wasn't dreaming, that I could see her standing there while I was wide awake, heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs? When I was about 8, she started getting braver. She would move from the corner and approach my bunk bed. I'd lie there frozen, unable to even call out for my parents. Sometimes she would just stand beside the ladder, looking up at me with these dark, sad eyes. Other times, I'd hear the bottom bunk creak as she laid down in it. Those nights were the worst, knowing she was right below me, separated by just a thin mattress. One night, after almost a year of these silent visits, I finally worked up the courage to speak to her. I don't know what came over me. Maybe I was just tired of being scared all the time. "Who are you?" I whispered into the darkness. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then I heard her voice, soft but clear, coming from the bottom bunk. "Elizabeth." My whole body went cold. She'd never spoken before. Her voice sounded normal, like a regular girl, which somehow made it even more terrifying. "Why are you here?" I asked, clutching my stuffed rabbit so tight I nearly tore its ear off. "I can't tell you that," she replied. "Are you dead?" I remember my voice shaking so bad I could barely get the words out. There was no answer, just the sound of the bottom bunk creaking as if someone was getting up. I squeezed my eyes shut, too scared to look, and when I finally opened them again, she was gone. After that night, Elizabeth disappeared for a while. I started sleeping better, convinced myself that maybe the psychologist was right, that it had all been in my head. I even started sleeping in the bottom bunk sometimes, trying to prove to myself that I wasn't afraid anymore. Life went on pretty normally until I was 11, when Dad got a new job and we moved to Virginia. The new house was newer than our Texas home, but something about it felt off from the beginning. My bedroom was on the first floor this time, with a window that looked out onto the backyard and the edge of this small forest that bordered our property. About 2 weeks after we moved in, I was exploring outside, following this barely there path into the trees. It wasn't a big forest, you could see through to the other side, but it was dense enough to feel like an adventure. That's when I found them, the graves. There were maybe 5 or 6 of them, small and weathered, half hidden by overgrown grass and fallen leaves. Most of the headstones were so worn you couldn't read the names anymore. Except one, Elizabeth. Just the name, no dates, nothing else. Just Elizabeth carved into this small tilted stone. I ran all the way home and locked myself in my room, but I didn't tell my parents. What would I say? That I found the grave of the ghost who used to visit me? They'd think I was making it up for attention. That night she came back. But she wasn't the same Elizabeth. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the smell of smoke. Not strong, just a hint, like when a neighbor is having a bonfire. I opened my eyes and saw her standing at the foot of my bed, but this wasn't the beautiful girl with the flowing dress. Her face was burned, patches of charred skin mixed with raw red flesh. Her long black hair was frizzed and singed, pieces of it missing completely. Her white dress was gray with soot and had burn holes throughout. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. She just stood there staring at me with these eyes that weren't sad anymore. They were angry, so angry. She opened her mouth like she was going to say something, but all that came out was this horrible rasping sound, like someone trying to breathe through a throat full of ash. I pulled my blanket over my head and started reciting the Lord's Prayer over and over, something my grandma had taught me to do when I was scared. When I finally got the courage to look again, my room was empty, but that faint smell of smoke lingered until morning. She came back the next night and the next, each time looking more horrible, more angry. Sometimes she'd reach out toward me with her burned hands, never quite touching me but getting closer each time. I started sleeping with my light on, but it didn't keep her away. Then, about a week after Elizabeth's return, something else happened. I woke up one night to find a different girl sitting on the edge of my bed. She had blonde hair tied back with a ribbon and wore a light yellow dress that reminded me of Easter Sunday. She was maybe a little older than me, 13 or 14. "She's coming," the girl said, her voice urgent but gentle. "My name is Lillian. Don't be afraid of me. I'm here to help." Before I could respond, my bedroom door creaked open, even though I'd closed it before bed. The burned Elizabeth stood in the doorway, that awful, raspy sound coming from her throat. Lillian stood up and faced her. "Leave her alone, Elizabeth. She has nothing to do with this." Elizabeth let out this scream that made my ears ring, but she backed away, disappearing into the hallway. Lillian turned back to me. "She won't hurt you while I'm here," she said. then vanished before I could thank her. This became the new pattern. Lillian would appear on my bed minutes before Elizabeth arrived, and she would make Elizabeth leave. Sometimes they would argue. Well, Lillian would speak calmly while Elizabeth made those terrible noises, but Elizabeth always left eventually. During this time, I started having dreams about Elizabeth as a child, before whatever happened to her. In these dreams, she would try to convince me to come outside with her, to follow her into the forest. She'd say things like, "I want to show you something special," or "Don't you want to be my friend?" But even in the dreams, I knew better than to follow her. After about a month of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I broke down and told my mom everything. About Texas, about the graves, about Elizabeth and Lillian. She didn't believe me, of course, but she saw how terrified I was and decided to humor me. She bought some sage from a New Age shop in town and helped me cleanse my room. We opened all the windows, burned the sage, and walked around saying things like, "Negative energies must leave," and "Only peace and love are welcome here." I felt silly doing it, but that night, neither Elizabeth nor Lillian appeared, nor the next night, or the one after that. Weeks passed, then months. I started sleeping with the lights off again. I even ventured back to the graves once, bringing flowers to place on Elizabeth's stone, though I couldn't explain why I felt compelled to do that. Eventually, we moved away from that house too, and I grew up. I'm 23 now, and I haven't seen Elizabeth in my bedroom since that sage cleansing when I was 11. But here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl. I still see her sometimes. Not in my home, but in public places. I'll catch a glimpse of a girl with long black hair in a white dress disappearing around a corner in a mall, or I'll see her reflection in a store window standing behind me. But when I turn around, there's nobody there. As for Lillian, I never see her anymore, but sometimes I get this warm feeling, like someone protective is nearby. It happened last year when I nearly got hit by a car. I felt this push on my back that moved me out of the way just in time, even though no one was close enough to touch me. I later found out from the local historical society that the graves I found belonged to a family who died in a house fire in the early 1900s. 2 daughters were mentioned, Elizabeth, age 12, and Lillian, age 14. I still don't know why Elizabeth chose to haunt me specifically, or why she was so angry after I found her grave. I don't know why Lillian protected me, or if she still does. All I know is that sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I still get that faint smell of smoke, and I know she's not completely gone. She's just waiting. For what, I don't know, and I hope I never find out. Story 12. I don't even know where to begin with this. I've been debating for days whether to post this, but I need to tell someone who might understand, or at least not think I'm completely insane. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or demons or anything supernatural, but what happened to me last year has completely changed how I see the world, and not in a good way. It all started during what was probably the lowest point of my life. I was 26, had just gone through a brutal breakup, lost my job due to company downsizing, and moved back to my parents' house because I couldn't afford rent anymore. I felt like a complete failure. During the day, I'd put on a brave face, tell my parents I was applying for jobs, act like everything was fine. But at night, alone in my childhood bedroom, I'd spiral into these dark thoughts. Not just sadness, something deeper and more consuming. Looking back, I was probably depressed, but too stubborn to admit it or get help. That's when the visits started. The first time it happened, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. As I sat up in bed, I noticed something in the corner of the room, a shadow that seemed darker than it should be. My room was already pretty dark, but this thing was blacker than black, if that makes any sense, like it was absorbing what little light was in the room. I blinked a few times, figuring my eyes were adjusting, but it didn't go away. It was roughly the shape of a person, tall and thin, just standing there. I remember my heart starting to race, but I convinced myself it was just a coat hanging on my door or something. I turned on my bedside lamp, and sure enough, it was gone. But the next night, I woke up at almost the exact same time. This time the figure was at the foot of my bed. I could make out a vague shape, tall, with what looked like a head and shoulders but no distinguishable features. Just this pitch-black silhouette standing there completely still. I sat up and it didn't move. I could move just fine. I wasn't paralyzed or anything, which is why I knew it wasn't sleep paralysis. I've had that before, and this was different. I reached for my lamp so fast I nearly knocked it over, and when the light came on, the figure was gone. After the third night of this happening, I started keeping a flashlight under my pillow. I know that sounds childish, but I was terrified. Each time I woke up, the figure would be somewhere different in my room, by the window, near my closet, beside my bed. Sometimes it seemed taller, sometimes shorter, but always that same impossible darkness. The worst part was that I couldn't tell anyone. My parents were already worried about me being unemployed and moving back home. The last thing I wanted was for them to think I was losing my mind on top of everything else. So I suffered in silence, dreading going to sleep each night. About 2 weeks into this nightmare, I woke up to find not one, but 3 of them. 3 identical black figures standing around my bed, one at the foot, one to my left, and one to my right. They were perfectly still, just watching me. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't scream, I just lay there, staring back at them for what felt like forever before I managed to grab my flashlight. When I turned it on, they vanished, but I swear I felt the air in the room shift, like when you open a door and feel a draft. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat up in bed with all the lights on, researching what could be happening to me. Sleep disorders, mental health issues, paranormal phenomena. Nothing I read fully explained what I was experiencing. There were 2 incidents that convinced me these weren't just hallucinations or tricks of the light. The first happened about a month into these visitations. I woke up suddenly, not sure why, and saw a smaller figure standing by my bedside. This one was different. It seemed child-sized, and while still dark and featureless, it didn't feel as menacing as the others. In a moment of bizarre clarity, I calmly said out loud, "I can see you." The reaction was immediate. The small figure seemed to flinch, then moved, not vanished, but physically moved, behind my desk as if trying to hide. I turned on my flashlight and it disappeared, but that moment changed everything for me. These things, whatever they were, could hear me. They reacted. They were conscious. The second incident is harder to explain, and it's why I'm still convinced these visitations were real. Earlier that year, before all this started, some missionaries had come to our door. My mom is somewhat religious, so she invited them in. They talked with us for a while, and before leaving, they asked if they could say a blessing over our family and home. My mom agreed, and I just went along with it to be polite. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but here's the thing. The night after that particularly terrifying encounter with the 3 figures, I was at my absolute breaking point. I hadn't had a full night's sleep in weeks. I was irritable, exhausted, and starting to worry about my sanity. That night, lying in bed, dreading what might come, I remembered the blessing. In desperation, I whispered a prayer. I'm not religious, never have been, but I was willing to try anything. I asked for protection, for these things to leave me alone. I felt silly doing it, but I was that desperate. That night, nothing appeared. I slept through until morning for the first time in weeks. I figured it was a coincidence or that my exhaustion had finally caught up with me, but they didn't come back the next night either, or the night after that. A week passed, then a month. The visitations had completely stopped. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was stress. Maybe it was some weird manifestation of my depression, but I can't explain how they reacted to me, how that small one hid behind my desk. I can't explain why they stopped after that prayer, and I can't explain the feeling I had when they were in my room, this bone-deep certainty that I was in the presence of something that shouldn't exist. I've never told my family about any of this. They'd either worry themselves sick or think I needed serious psychological help. Maybe I do, but I know what I saw, what I experienced. Those figures were real, They were in my room, watching me night after night. The strangest part, as terrifying as those weeks were, part of me almost misses the certainty they gave me. Before, I was just a guy who'd hit a rough patch in life. Now, I'm someone who's seen behind the curtain of reality, and I can never unsee it. I look at shadows differently now. I notice the dark corners of rooms. I still keep a flashlight by my bed. I got a new job eventually. I moved out of my parents' house. My life got back on track, but I'm not the same person I was before those visitations. How could I be? I've seen things that shouldn't exist, things that make me question everything I thought I knew about reality. Sometimes I wake up at 3 in the morning, that same time, and I hold my breath, scanning the dark corners of my room. So far they haven't returned, but I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there, watching, waiting, and I don't know what they want, or why they chose me, or if they'll ever come back. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I probably wouldn't believe it either if someone else told me this story, but I needed to tell someone, anyone. I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar, because the loneliness of carrying this secret is almost as terrifying as those black figures themselves. Whatever they were, hallucinations, demons, something else entirely, they were real to me. And the most frightening thought isn't that they might come back, it's that they might never have left at all, that they're still there, just beyond my perception, watching me even now as I type this. I keep thinking about that small one, the way it hid when I acknowledged it, like a child playing a game. What game were they playing with me, and why did they stop? I still haven't found any answers, and maybe I never will. But I know what I saw. I know what happened in that room, and no amount of rational explanation will ever convince me that those figures weren't real. If you've read this far, thank you, and if you've experienced something similar, please let me know. Because sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy, remembering those pitch-black silhouettes standing around my bed, watching me with eyes I couldn't see but could somehow feel. They were there. They were real. And to this day, I still can't explain why they came or why they left. Story 13. I still can't believe what happened to us at that place. It's been 2 months since we went to Hollow Creek Manor, and I'm the only one left to tell our story. I'm not sure anyone will believe me, but I need to get this out. Maybe someone can make sense of it, or at least warn others to stay away from that cursed house. It started as a simple idea for our senior project. Jake was always obsessed with local history, and when he mentioned the Harrington family disappearance, it caught everyone's interest. The whole town of Elmswood had stories about Hollow Creek Manor, this massive Victorian mansion sitting abandoned in the Blue Ridge Mountains since 1973, when the entire family just vanished one night. No bodies, no evidence, nothing, just an empty house with dinner still on the table. It's perfect for our interdisciplinary project, Jake had said during our study session. I can research the historical context. Emily can photograph the architecture. David can set up equipment to measure any unusual phenomena, and Sarah can analyze the psychological aspects of the disappearance and the town's collective reaction. I'm Sarah, by the way. I was the psychology major. God. It's weird to talk about myself in past tense. None of us really believed the ghost stories. Sure, locals talked about seeing lights in the windows or hearing screams from the property, but we figured it was just the wind or teenagers messing around. David was especially skeptical, always the rational one with his tech gadgets and logical explanations. There's always a scientific explanation, he'd insisted when Emily mentioned being nervous. Old houses make noises, it's just physics. I wish he'd been right. We drove up to the manor on a Friday afternoon in early October. The fall colors would have been beautiful if the whole scene wasn't so oppressive. The mansion sat at the end of a winding gravel road, partially hidden by overgrown trees. It was bigger than I expected, 3 stories of weathered gray stone with a tower on one side and a wraparound porch that had mostly collapsed. Vines crawled up the walls like they were trying to pull the whole place down into the earth. "This is incredible," Emily whispered, already snapping photos with her Nikon. The light was perfect, that golden hour glow photographers love, but something about how it hit the windows made them look like they were watching us. Jake had somehow gotten permission from the county to enter the property for academic purposes. The key he used was ancient and heavy, and it took several tries to get the front door open. The hinges screamed like they were in pain. The smell hit us first, musty and thick like old books and dust and something else underneath, something rotten. Probably just animals that got trapped inside, Jake said, but his voice had lost some of its enthusiasm. David set up a base station in the foyer with his laptop and a bunch of sensors. "I'll monitor temperature, electromagnetic fields, and audio while you guys explore," he explained. "We'll keep in touch with these." He handed out walkie-talkies since cell reception was non-existent out there. The inside of Hollow Creek Manor was like a time capsule, furniture covered in sheets and decades of dust, wallpaper peeling like dead skin. Family portraits where the faces seemed to follow you, and everything was exactly where it had been left 50 years ago. The dining room was the creepiest part, a long mahogany table set for 6 people, the Harrington parents and their 4 children. China plates with what looked like petrified food. Silverware laid out perfectly. Wine glasses with dark residue at the bottom. Candles still in their holders, burned down to stubs. "It's like they just stood up and walked away in the middle of dinner," Emily said, her camera clicking rapidly. Jake was in heaven, taking notes about everything. According to reports, neighbors called the police when none of the family showed up for work or school for 3 days. When officers arrived, this is exactly what they found. No signs of struggle, no packed bags, all their vehicles still in the garage. I felt a chill as I looked at the chair at the head of the table. "Who sat here?" "That would be Victor Harrington," Jake replied. "Wealthy businessman, moved his family here from Boston in 1965. By all accounts, they were the perfect family." "No family is perfect," I muttered. We moved through the house methodically, documenting everything. The children's rooms upstairs were especially disturbing. Toys frozen mid-play, homework still on desks, beds neatly made as if waiting for their owners to return. As the sun began to set, the shadows in the house grew longer, deeper. The walkie-talkie crackled, making me jump. "Guys, I'm getting some weird readings down here." David's voice came through with static. "Temperature drops of about 15 degrees in random spots that move around the house. Probably just drafts, but worth noting." Jake wanted to check out the library next. It was a magnificent room with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and a massive stone fireplace. Leather-bound volumes lined the walls, their spines cracked and faded. A thick layer of dust covered everything except, oddly, one particular desk in the corner. "That's strange," I said, pointing it out. "Everything else is covered in dust, but this desk looks like it's been used recently." Jake ran his finger across the surface. "You're right. And look at these books. They're all about occult practices and local folklore." Emily peered at the titles. "The Darkness Beyond the Veil, Summoning Ancient Spirits, Appalachian Mountain Magic, Not Your Typical Light Reading." That's when we heard it, a soft thud from somewhere above us, like a footstep. "David," I called into the walkie-talkie. "Yeah?" His voice crackled back. "Are you walking around upstairs?" "No, I'm still in the foyer." "Why?" We all exchanged glances. "Probably just the house settling," Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. We decided to check out the master bedroom next. That's where everything went wrong. The master suite was at the end of a long hallway on the 2nd floor. Unlike the rest of the house, the door was closed. When Jake turned the handle, it felt ice cold to the touch. Inside, the room was immaculate, a 4-poster bed with deep burgundy bedding, heavy velvet curtains, a vanity with perfume bottles and a silver hairbrush that still had strands of dark hair tangled in the bristles. And on the nightstand, a leather-bound book with the initials M.H. embossed in gold. "Margaret Harrington's diary," Jake whispered, excitement evident in his voice. This could explain everything. I picked it up carefully. The leather felt wrong somehow, too warm, almost like skin. I opened it anyway. "October 3rd, 1972, I read aloud. Victor has been working late again. He claims it's business, but I know better. The children can sense it too. There's a darkness growing in this house. Emily was photographing the room while I continued reading entries that grew increasingly disturbing. December 12th. The voices have started again. They whisper from the walls when I'm alone. Victor thinks I'm imagining things, but I know what I hear. They want something from us. January 25th, 1973. I saw it again last night, a shadow moving on its own, crawling across the ceiling above our bed. Victor was asleep. It watched us for hours. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. As I read, the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The windows began to rattle in their frames. March 10th. The children are drawing pictures of it now, the same tall, thin figure with no face. They say it visits them at night. Victor finally believes me, but it's too late. We've invited something in, and it won't leave. A low, guttural growl echoed through the room. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. It was deeper, older somehow. "Guys," David's panicked voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Whatever you're doing up there, stop it. All my equipment is going crazy. The temperature is dropping to impossible levels." "We're not doing anything," Jake replied, his voice shaking. "Sarah's just reading this diary." "Well, something's happening. I'm coming up." The walkie-talkie went dead. At the same moment, the bedroom door slammed shut with a force that shook the walls. Jake rushed to it, pulling at the handle. "It's stuck," he shouted, panic rising in his voice. "It won't open." Emily was pressed against the wall, her camera hanging forgotten around her neck. "What's happening?" she whispered. I couldn't answer. I was transfixed by the final entry in the diary. April 7th. It's shown itself fully now. It wants us to join it. Victor tried to fight it, but you can't fight what isn't truly there. The children are crying, the shadows are moving. This will be my final entry. God forgive us for what we've done. The pages after that were blank, except for the very last one, in handwriting that didn't match Margaret's neat script. A single sentence, "We're still here." As I read those words aloud, all the lights in the room flickered and died. In the darkness, something changed. I felt it before I saw it, a presence, heavy and ancient, pressing down on us. Then I saw her. Margaret Harrington stood in the corner of the room. Not as she would have been in life, but as something else. Her face gaunt and gray, her eyes just empty sockets, her mouth stretched open in a silent scream. Her body flickered like a bad television signal, sometimes there, sometimes not. "Don't move," Jake whispered, but it was too late. Margaret's head snapped toward us, those black holes where her eyes should be somehow focusing on our faces. When she moved, it wasn't like walking. She seemed to glide, leaving trails of darkness behind her like ink in water. Emily screamed when Margaret's skeletal hand reached for her. Jake lunged forward to pull Emily away, but the moment he moved, the walls began to change. I don't know how else to describe it. They seemed to pulse like they were breathing. Shadows peeled away from the corners, taking form, vague human shapes, some large, some small. The Harrington children, Victor, or something that had been there long before them. David's voice came from the hallway, pounding on the door. "Guys, what's happening? Let me in." The shadows converged on the door. A scream, David's scream, cut through the air, then silence. The room grew darker, the shadows thicker. They moved like living things, coiling around our ankles, climbing up our bodies. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Margaret's face was inches from mine now, that gaping mouth opening wider than any human mouth should. "They never left," she whispered, her voice like gravel and static. "And neither will you." The darkness swallowed us whole. I felt myself falling into something vast and cold and ancient. Jake and Emily's screams mingled with mine, and then with others, countless others who had been trapped here before. I don't remember anything after that, not clearly. Flashes of darkness, whispers. Cold, so cold. I woke up 3 days later in my apartment, alone. No memory of how I got there. Jake, Emily, and David were gone. Their families filed missing persons reports. The police found Emily's camera at the manor, but the memory card was corrupted. Nothing but shadows and static. No one believes me when I tell them what happened. They think I had something to do with their disappearances. I've been questioned for hours, taken lie detector tests, been through psychiatric evaluations, but I know the truth. Sometimes at night, I hear their voices. Sometimes I see Margaret in my mirror, watching me with those empty eyes. The shadows in my room move on their own, and I know, deep down, that I didn't truly escape. Part of me is still there, trapped in Hollow Creek Manor, and someday, the rest of me will join them. If you're reading this, please, stay away from that place. The Harringtons never left, and now, neither have my friends. Story 14. I've been driving trucks for just over 15 years now, mostly produce and groceries, sometimes car parts when the contracts are good. You get into a rhythm on the road, same routes, same pit stops, same crappy diner coffee at 2 in the morning. I've always been a practical guy, the kind who fixes his own truck, keeps his logbooks meticulous, and doesn't waste time on bullshit stories. Until last month, I would have sworn on my mother's grave that all those trucker ghost stories were just that, stories. Ways to keep yourself awake during those long overnight hauls, or scare the rookies. I've driven through every kind of weather and terrain this country has to offer without so much as a tingle up my spine. But what happened in Echo Canyon, I still can't explain it. Can't stop thinking about it either. It was a Tuesday night, or I guess technically Wednesday morning. Around 1:15 a.m., I was hauling a full load of produce to Denver from Salt Lake City, which meant taking I-80 through Echo Canyon in Utah. It's a decent stretch of road, nothing too challenging for an experienced driver, but it gets dark as hell at night with those tall rock walls on either side. I'd heard stories about Echo Canyon over the years. Other drivers claiming they'd seen things, heard voices, felt strange presences, the usual paranormal garbage. One guy at a truck stop in Wyoming told me he'd seen a woman in white standing in the middle of the road who vanished when his headlights hit her. Another swore he'd heard someone calling his name over his radio when it wasn't even turned on. I always nodded and smiled, thinking they were either half asleep at the wheel or had knocked back one too many at their last stop. That night was clear, no moon but plenty of stars. Temperature around 45 degrees. I remember because I'd been checking the trailer temperature religiously, had a load of high-value organic produce that needed to stay at exactly 38 degrees. The client was one of those fancy grocery chains that'll drop you for a single degree of temperature variation. I was making good time, had my thermos of coffee, and a podcast playing about the history of the interstate highway system. Boring as hell, but it kept me alert. As I entered the canyon, something felt different. The air seemed heavier somehow, like the pressure had changed. My ears didn't pop though, which was strange. It was more like the atmosphere itself had thickened around the truck. I turned the podcast up, trying to ignore the sensation. About 10 minutes into the canyon, my headlights caught something on the side of the road, a figure standing with an arm out, the universal hitchhiker signal. Normally, I don't stop for anyone. Company policy, personal policy, common sense, whatever you want to call it. But as I got closer, I could see it was a woman in what looked like a thin dress, totally inappropriate for the cold night. She looked desperate. I slowed down, arguing with myself. Could be a trap. Could be someone genuinely in trouble. She didn't look threatening. Medium height, maybe in her 30s, brown hair. The dress wasn't white like in those ghost stories, but a dark blue or purple. She looked real enough, solid, and she looked frightened. Against my better judgment, I pulled over about 20 yards ahead of her, kept the engine running, doors locked, and watched in my side mirror as she jogged up to the passenger side. I cracked the window just enough to hear her. "Thank you for stopping," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "My car broke down about a mile back. No cell service. I've been walking for ages." She looked normal, scared, cold, but normal. No ghostly pallor or whatever you'd expect from some supernatural entity. Just a woman with car trouble in the middle of nowhere at 1:30 in the morning. I unlocked the door and let her in. She climbed up, hugging herself against the cold. Up close, I could see her dress was actually quite nice. like she'd been at some kind of event or fancy dinner. "I'm Joe," I said, pulling back onto the road. "Where are you headed?" "Morgan," she replied, rubbing her hands together. "I was going to Evanston, had a friend's wedding reception in Salt Lake. Thought I'd make it home tonight, but..." She gestured vaguely behind us. Car had other ideas. We drove in silence for a few minutes. I noticed she kept glancing nervously out the windows and then back at me, like she was trying to decide if I was more or less dangerous than whatever was outside. "You okay?" I asked finally. She hesitated. "Did you hear anything weird before you saw me?" The question sent an unexpected chill down my spine. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. After my car died, I thought I heard voices, probably just the wind through the canyon, right?" I was about to agree with her when I heard it, my name, clear as day. "Joe." It wasn't Morgan. Her lips hadn't moved. It wasn't the radio. The podcast had ended and it was silent. It was like someone had whispered directly into my ear from the back of the cab. I jerked my head around to look behind my seat. Nothing but my duffel bag and cooler. "What's wrong?" Morgan asked, her voice tight with fear. "Did you hear that?" I demanded. Her face went pale. "You heard it too? A voice?" "Joe Walker." This time we both reacted. The voice was louder, still a whisper, but somehow filling the entire cab. It knew my full name. "What the hell is that?" I gripped the steering wheel harder, forcing myself to keep my eyes on the road. "I don't know," Morgan whispered back. "That's what I heard after my car broke down. But it wasn't saying your name then. It was just whispering. I couldn't make out the words." I pushed the truck faster, up to 70 miles per hour. Too fast for that stretch, especially at night, but I didn't care. I just wanted out of that canyon. "Joe Walker, stop." The voice was insistent now, not angry, not threatening, but commanding, like it expected to be obeyed. "Don't stop," Morgan said, grabbing my arm. "Whatever it is, don't stop." I had no intention of stopping, but then my headlights illuminated something in the road ahead, a figure standing directly in our path. Tall, impossibly tall, at least 7 feet, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat or robe. I couldn't make out any features except that it was dark against the pale asphalt. "Jesus Christ," I shouted, slamming on the brakes instinctively. The truck shuddered as the anti-lock brakes engaged, the trailer threatening to jackknife behind us. Morgan screamed, bracing herself against the dashboard. We skidded to a stop about 15 feet from the figure. In the harsh glare of my headlights, I could now see it clearly. It had once been human, maybe, but not anymore. Its face was gaunt, skin stretched tight over protruding bones. The eyes were just empty, not black, not white, just hollow sockets that somehow still seemed to be looking right at me. "Oh my God," Morgan breathed. "What is that thing?" I couldn't answer. My chest suddenly felt tight, like someone was squeezing my heart. The figure raised an arm and pointed directly at me through the windshield. The pain in my chest intensified. "Joe Walker, your time." The voice wasn't a whisper anymore. It resonated through my skull, through my entire body. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. "Drive!" Morgan screamed, reaching over and grabbing the wheel. "Put it in reverse, now!" Somehow I managed to shift into reverse. The truck lurched backward and I spun the wheel to keep us straight on the road. In the headlights, the figure remained motionless, still pointing, still staring with those empty eyes. "Turn around," Morgan urged. "We need to go back the other way." Once we'd backed up about 100 yards, I spun the truck in a frantic 3-point turn, not caring about the trailer or the narrow shoulders of the road. The pain in my chest began to subside as soon as I took my eyes off that thing. I floored it, heading back the way we'd come. In my mirrors, the figure was still visible in the red glow of my taillights, standing in the middle of the road, watching us leave. "What the fuck was that?" I gasped, finally able to breathe normally again. Morgan was shaking violently next to me. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like that. But the voice, That's what I heard after my car died. It just kept whispering, but I couldn't understand it. We drove in terrified silence for several miles. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see that figure somehow keeping pace with us, but there was nothing behind us, except empty road. Eventually, we reached a small town called Echo just outside the canyon. There was an all-night gas station with a brightly lit parking lot. I pulled in, needing to stop somewhere with lights and people, even if it was just a sleepy cashier inside. We sat there for a while, engine idling, neither of us wanting to speak first. Finally, Morgan turned to me. "I've heard stories about Echo Canyon," she said quietly. "People in my hometown talk about it sometimes. They say there are spirits there. Restless ones. Some from the railroad days, some from earlier. Native American legends about the place being a thin spot between worlds." "I don't believe in that stuff," I said automatically, even as I recognized the absurdity of the statement after what we'd just witnessed. Morgan gave me a sad smile. "Neither did I." She looked at her watch. "I should try to call someone now that we have service. Thank you for picking me up, and for getting us away from that thing. I think it wanted you to stop. I think it would have been much worse if you had." I nodded, still unable to process everything. "What about your car?" "I'll deal with it tomorrow in daylight. There's no way I'm going back there tonight." She got out of the truck, then paused with the door still open. "Joe, whatever that was, I think it knew you. It knew your name." After she left to use the phone inside the gas station, I sat alone in my truck, engine still running, lights on full brightness. The digital clock on my dashboard read 3:22 a.m. My delivery in Denver wasn't due until noon, but there was no way I was going back through that canyon. I'd take the long way around, add 200 miles to my trip if I had to. I keep replaying it in my mind. That voice, knowing my name. That figure, pointing at me like it had been waiting for me specifically. The pain in my chest when it looked at me with those empty eyes. The strangest part. When I finally arrived in Denver, 7 hours late after taking a massive detour, I looked up Echo Canyon online. There have been dozens of similar reports over the years, truckers, tourists, locals, all describing the same tall figure, the same whispering voice that knows their name. I've been driving trucks for 15 years, and I've never taken a detour because of some ghost story. But I know this, I'm never driving through Echo Canyon again. Not at night, not during the day, not ever. Some things you see on the road you can explain away with fatigue or tricks of light or your mind playing games after too many hours behind the wheel. But that thing in Echo Canyon, it was real. It knew me. And somehow, I know it's still there, waiting for the next driver to come through. Story 15. Ivy never told this story to anyone but my family, but it still haunts me 15 years later. I feel like I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. When I was 16, my parents decided we needed to move to a bigger house. Dad had gotten a promotion at work, and we'd been living in this tiny apartment in the city that barely fit the three of us. Mom was excited about moving to a smaller town called Riverdale, about 40 minutes away, where houses were more affordable and I could go to a better high school for my junior and senior years. I wasn't thrilled about leaving my friends behind, but I tried to be supportive. My parents wanted me involved in the house hunting process since I'd have to live there too, so I went along with them that Saturday in August to look at properties with our realtor, Mrs. Klein. The first two houses were fine, nothing special, but decent. One had a nice backyard where Mom immediately started planning a garden, and the other had this cool loft space that could have been my bedroom. We were in good spirits, joking around as we drove to the third house on Elmwood Drive. Mrs. Klein mentioned it had just come on the market after the previous owner, an elderly woman named Margaret something, had passed away a few months earlier. "It's been vacant since then, but it's in excellent condition," Mrs. Klein said as we pulled up. "And it's priced well below market value. From the outside, it looked normal. A 2-story white house with dark blue shutters and a small porch. Nothing creepy or unusual about it. Just a regular house in a regular neighborhood with kids riding bikes and people walking dogs. I remember every detail about walking up to that house. The concrete path had these little cracks with weeds growing through them. The wooden steps to the porch creaked slightly, and there was a faded welcome mat that said, "Home Sweet Home." Mrs. Klein fumbled with the lockbox, and I noticed dead moths in the porch light fixture above her head. The moment she pushed open the front door, I felt off, not scared, just weird, like when you walk into a room where people have been arguing and they suddenly go quiet. The air felt heavier somehow. The foyer opens directly to the living room, Mrs. Klein was saying as we stepped in, and through there is the dining room and kitchen. I followed my parents inside, trying to ignore the weird feeling. The house was completely empty, which made our footsteps echo on the hardwood floors. There was dust floating in the sunlight coming through the windows, and I could smell that musty scent that empty houses get. When I stepped into the living room, it hit me. This overwhelming sense of dread crashed over me like a wave. I literally stopped mid-step, my foot hovering above the floor. The air felt like it was pressing down on me from all sides. I can't explain it properly, but it was like walking into a wall of negative energy. My mum noticed me hesitating and asked, "Everything okay, Elena?" I nodded because I didn't want to seem childish. I mean, I was 16, not 6. I wasn't supposed to be afraid of empty houses, but as I forced myself to walk further into that living room, the feeling got worse. It was like being watched by someone who absolutely hated me, not just disliked, hated. I could feel invisible eyes boring into my back, judging every move I made. My heart started racing and I was having trouble getting a full breath. My parents and Mrs. Klein had moved on to the kitchen, their voices becoming distant as they discussed cabinet space and appliance hookups. I stood alone in that living room trying to calm down. "This is stupid," I whispered to myself. "There's nothing here." But there was. I don't know what, but there was something in that room with me. The pressure in the air kept building until I couldn't stand it anymore. I hurried through the dining room, past my oblivious parents, and out the back door into the yard, gulping in fresh air like I'd been underwater. The backyard was overgrown but spacious, with tall oak trees providing shade. I stood there trying to catch my breath, telling myself I was being ridiculous, when I noticed a small structure attached to the back of the house that looked like an addition, maybe a sunroom or storage space. For some reason, I felt drawn to it, not in a good way, more like when you can't look away from something disturbing. I walked across the patchy grass toward it, noticing the windows were grimy with dust and cobwebs. There was a door leading into this room from the yard, and it was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, wincing at the loud creak. Inside was just an empty room with yellowish walls, stained with humidity marks. Nothing special or obviously threatening. But the second I crossed the threshold, I felt it. The emotional assault is the only way I can describe it. Sadness and anger, no, rage, hit me so hard I nearly doubled over. It wasn't my emotion. It was like someone else's feelings were being forced into me. Overwhelming grief mixed with a fury so intense it made my teeth ache. I backed away, my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. The sensation faded slightly as I moved away from the room, but it didn't disappear completely. Something had touched me emotionally, and it had left a residue, like oil on my skin that I couldn't wipe off. I didn't want to go back into the house, but I couldn't just stand in the yard forever. My parents would think I was being dramatic. So I circled around to the front door and went back in, avoiding the living room by taking the stairs up to the second floor. The upper level had 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. I picked the smallest bedroom at the end of the hall, thinking it would be the furthest from whatever I'd felt downstairs. I was wrong. As I stood in that empty bedroom with its faded wallpaper and scuffed hardwood floor, the sensation of being watched intensified. The air grew thick, almost difficult to breathe. The room temperature seemed to drop several degrees, and I hugged myself, rubbing my arms against the sudden chill. There was a closet door on the far wall. It was closed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was behind it, pressing its face against the wood, listening to me breathe, waiting for me to come closer. I heard my mom's voice calling from downstairs. "Elena, where are you, honey? Come see the kitchen." I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. The pressure in the room was building again, pushing against my eardrums until they hurt. And then I heard it, not with my ears, but somehow inside my head, a low, angry whisper. "Get out!" I ran. I didn't care if I looked childish or crazy. I bolted down those stairs, found my mom in the kitchen with Dad and Mrs. Klein, and grabbed her arm. "I want to leave," I said, my voice shaking. "Please, can we go now?" Mom looked concerned. "We haven't seen the whole house yet." "I don't feel well," I insisted, still clutching her arm. "Please, Mom." My dad stepped in, noticing how pale I must have looked. "Maybe we should continue another day, Mrs. Klein. Elena doesn't look too good." Mrs. Klein was professional about it, though I could tell she was annoyed. As we walked back to the car, I felt the house watching me go. That sounds crazy, I know, but I swear I could feel its attention fixed on my back until we drove away. In the car, I broke down. I started crying uncontrollably, huge racking sobs that shook my whole body. My parents were freaked out. I wasn't the type to cry like that. "Elena, what's wrong?" Mom kept asking, turning around in her seat to look at me. All I could say was, "I don't know. I'm feeling so sad." And it was true. I was drowning in this inexplicable sadness that wasn't mine, this grief that had somehow attached itself to me in that house. Dad thought I was having some kind of panic attack and wanted to take me to the ER, but I refused. By the time we got home, the crying had stopped, but the heaviness stayed with me for days afterward. I'd randomly burst into tears for no reason, or feel flashes of anger that made no sense. My parents ended up buying one of the other houses we'd seen, and we never talked about my breakdown at the Elmwood Drive house again. But a few months after we moved, I overheard Mom telling a neighbor that the house had been on and off the market for years because people kept backing out of deals for strange reasons. About 5 years later, I was home from college for Thanksgiving and saw in the local paper that someone had bought the house on Elmwood Drive and converted it into a small restaurant. There was a picture of the new owners standing proudly in front of it after renovations. They'd painted it yellow and added a large deck where that small room at the back used to be. They'd completely demolished that room. I've never gone to that restaurant. I can't bring myself to set foot on that property again. Even now, 15 years later, I get physical reactions when I think about that house. My heart races, my palms sweat, and I feel that same pressure behind my eyes that I felt in that empty bedroom with the closet door. Sometimes I dream about that house. In the dreams, I'm back in that small room at the back, but it's not empty anymore. There's an old hospital bed with restraints hanging from the sides. The walls aren't just stained with humidity, they're covered in scratch marks, and there's always someone sitting in the corner facing the wall, their shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I always wake up from those dreams feeling that same combination of devastating sadness and rage. Whatever was in that house, whatever emotional imprint was left there, it's still with me somehow. A piece of it followed me out. I've tried researching the history of the house, but there's nothing unusual in the public records, just a series of normal families, and then the elderly woman, Margaret, who died of natural causes. But I know what I felt. Something terrible happened in that house, something that left a wound in the very atmosphere of the place. And for a brief time, that wound opened and bled all over me. I still can't explain it, I just know it was real. Story 16. I've never been one to believe in paranormal stuff. Ghost stories, hauntings, all that. I always thought it was just people letting their imagination run wild or trying to explain things they didn't understand. Well, that was until 3 months ago. What happened that night in my parents' house in Willow Creek has completely messed with my head, and I still can't make sense of it. I'm 19, home from college for the summer break. My parents had planned a weekend trip to visit my aunt who lives about 2 hours away. They left Friday afternoon, and I was looking forward to having the house to myself. Nothing crazy, just ordering pizza, playing video games without my dad complaining about the noise, normal stuff. By Saturday evening, I started feeling pretty awful. My throat was scratchy, I had chills, and that general feeling like you're coming down with something. I decided to skip the all-night gaming session I'd planned and just go to bed early. I took some NyQuil around 9 o'clock, grabbed a bottle of water, and headed upstairs to my room. Our house is pretty old, built in the 1950s. It's one of those two-story places with creaky floorboards and pipes that make weird noises. I've lived there most of my life, so I'm used to all the sounds it makes. My bedroom is at the end of the upstairs hallway, overlooking the street. It's small but comfortable, with my bed positioned against the wall opposite the door. I remember checking my phone before I fell asleep. It was 9:37. The NyQuil was already making me drowsy, and I was out within minutes. I woke up at some point during the night. The room was pitch black except for my digital alarm clock showing it was 2:17 in the morning. I wasn't sure what had woken me at first. Then I heard it, the low rumble of a car engine idling outside. Through my partially open window, I could see headlights casting a dim glow on the street. It wasn't unusual for cars to occasionally park on our street. We live near a small park where teenagers sometimes hang out at night. I figured it was probably just someone dropping someone off or picking them up. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I heard what sounded like a knock at my bedroom door. Knock, knock. It was soft, almost hesitant. In my drowsy, medicine-induced haze, I called out, "Mom? Dad?" But there was no answer, just silence. I considered getting up to check, but the NyQuil had me feeling like my body weighed 1,000 pounds. Plus, I knew my parents weren't due back until Sunday afternoon. My foggy brain reasoned it was just the house settling, or maybe a branch hitting the side of the house. Old houses make all sorts of noises, especially at night. I drifted back to sleep, vaguely aware that the car outside was still running. In the morning, I woke up feeling marginally better. My throat wasn't as sore, but I still felt drained. I spent most of Sunday lounging around, watching TV and drinking tea. I barely even remembered waking up during the night until my parents got home around 4 in the afternoon. They came in with their overnight bags, and my mom immediately asked how I was feeling. I told her I was getting over whatever bug I'd caught. Then my dad asked, in this weird, careful tone, "Did anything unusual happen last night?" I shrugged. "No, I took some NyQuil and crashed early." "Why?" My parents exchanged this look that instantly made my stomach drop. You know that feeling when you can tell something's wrong, but no one wants to say it. "What's going on?" I asked. My mom sat down next to me on the couch. "Mrs. Henley from across the street called us this morning. She was concerned." "About what?" My dad joined us, sitting in his recliner. "She said there was a lot of noise coming from our house last night, around 2 in the morning. I frowned, trying to remember. "What kind of noise?" I was asleep. "She said it sounded like people shouting," my mom continued. "Like a fight. She said it was so loud that it woke her up, and she was about to call the police when she saw 2 men get out of a car that was parked in front of our house. They came to our door, apparently knocked for a while, then left." A cold feeling washed over me. "There was a car," I said slowly. "I woke up at some point and saw headlights through my window, and I thought I heard a knock, but I figured it was just the house making noise." "Zach," my dad said, leaning forward. "It wasn't just Mrs. Henley. The Patels next door heard it too, and the Johnsons across the street. They all described the same thing, shouting, thumping, like objects being thrown around inside our house." I felt my heart start to race. "That's impossible. I was here alone, and I was asleep. There was no shouting, no fighting, nothing." "The Johnsons said they saw 2 men come to our door," my mom added. "They knocked for several minutes, then went back to their car. They sat there for maybe 15 minutes before driving away." "Did anyone recognize them?" I asked. My parents shook their heads. The Johnsons said they looked like they were in their 30s, wearing dark clothes. They thought maybe they were friends of yours. I felt sick, and it wasn't from my cold. I don't know anyone like that. And there definitely wasn't any fighting going on here. I would have heard it, even with the NyQuil. My dad looked uncomfortable. Well, according to Mrs. Henley, the shouting stopped right around the time the men came to the door. She said it was dead quiet after that. For the rest of that day, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the neighbors had confused our house with someone else's. Maybe they dreamed it or exaggerated some minor noise. But 4 different neighbors all hearing the same thing, 2 men actually coming to check on the house, it didn't make sense. Monday morning, I was still thinking about it when my mom suggested I go with her to get groceries. She wanted to stop by Mrs. Henley's house first to thank her for looking out for us. I wasn't thrilled about facing her after this weird situation, but I went along. Mrs. Henley is in her 70s and has lived across from us for as long as I can remember. She's always been kind, if a bit nosy. When we got to her house, she invited us in for tea, and after some small talk, my mom brought up the incident. "I can't tell you how worried I was," Mrs. Henley said, her hands trembling slightly as she held her teacup. "It started around 2 in the morning. At first I thought it was the TV, but it got louder. It sounded like a terrible argument, a man shouting, things crashing. I was sure someone was getting hurt." "Did you hear what was being said?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She shook her head. "Not words exactly, just angry shouting. Then I saw the car pull up. 2 men got out and went to your front door. They knocked for quite a while. I was about to call the police, but then everything went quiet." She looked at me with concern. "You really didn't hear anything, dear?" I swallowed hard. "No, nothing at all." Later that day, we ran into Mr. Johnson while he was walking his dog. He confirmed everything Mrs. Henley had said. He described hearing what sounded like furniture being thrown around, glass breaking, and someone yelling, "Stop it," repeatedly. The weird part was, nothing in our house was broken or out of place, nothing at all. By Tuesday, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I decided to check with the other neighbors who had reportedly heard the disturbance. The Patels, a couple in their 40s with 2 young kids, told me their whole family had been woken up by the noise. Their 12-year-old son had been so scared that he'd crawled into bed with them. Mrs. Patel described hearing a man's voice shouting and what sounded like someone being thrown against a wall. The 4th witness was old Mr. Collins, who lives 2 houses down. He's partially deaf and wears hearing aids, which he takes out at night. Even he had heard the commotion, describing it as one hell of a fight. I spent the next few days obsessing over every detail. I checked every inch of the house for signs of a break-in or disturbance. Nothing. I looked for security cameras in the neighborhood that might have captured something. None pointed at our house. I even researched local history to see if any violent incidents had happened in our house before we moved in 15 years ago. Nothing significant. The only explanation that made any sense was that I had somehow slept through a home invasion. But that didn't explain why nothing was stolen or damaged. And why would intruders stage a loud fight? It made no sense. Then there were the 2 men who came to the door. Who were they? Why did they come to check on the house? And why did the fighting stop when they arrived? I've barely slept since that night. Every creak and groan of the house jolts me awake. I've started recording myself sleeping, hoping to catch something, but so far there's been nothing unusual. My parents suggested we install security cameras, which we did last week. They also had a locksmith change all the locks just in case. But these precautions don't address the fundamental mystery. How could 4 different neighbors hear a violent disturbance in our house that never actually happened? Some nights I lie awake wondering if I'm missing something obvious. Other times, I find myself considering explanations I would have laughed at before. A time slip, a parallel dimension bleeding into ours, residual energy from a past trauma replaying itself. But the detail that haunts me most is the knock I heard on my bedroom door that night. In the moment, half asleep and drugged with cold medicine, I dismissed it. Now I can't stop wondering who or what was trying to get into my room. It's been 3 months, and I still have no answers. I've tried talking to a local paranormal research group, but they just gave me a bunch of pseudo-scientific theories that don't really explain anything. I've considered moving out, but that feels like running away. Plus, whatever happened that night hasn't repeated itself. So here I am, living in a house where something impossible happened. I go about my day trying to act normal, but I can't shake the feeling that reality isn't as solid as I once thought it was. And every night when I go to bed, I make sure my bedroom door is locked, even though I know that whatever knocked that night might not be stopped by something as simple as a lock. Story 17. I never believed in the paranormal. Not really. My sisters and I would watch those ghost hunting shows and laugh at how dramatic they were. But what happened last month in my house in Lakewood has completely changed how I see things. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. It started when my older sister Megan found an old Ouija board in our attic while looking for Christmas decorations. It was dusty and had that musty smell, like it had been up there for decades. Mom always told us to stay away from that stuff, but she was working late shifts that week, and being 18, I figured I was old enough to make my own decisions. We should try it, I suggested one Friday night when our parents were out for dinner. My younger sister Hannah looked nervous, but Megan was immediately on board. I've always wanted to see if these things actually work, she said, wiping dust off the box. We set it up in my bedroom. The three of us sat on the floor, turned off the lights, and lit a few candles I had on my dresser. It was supposed to be just for atmosphere, you know, make it spookier. We weren't taking it seriously at all. We all put our fingers on the planchette, that little heart-shaped piece that moves around the board. At first, nothing happened. We asked if anyone was there, and the piece just sat there. "This is stupid," Hannah said after 5 minutes of nothing. But then Megan needed to use the bathroom, so she got up. Hannah and I kept our fingers on the planchette, asking questions, but it still didn't move. Then Megan came back, put her fingers on it, and suddenly it started to glide. "Who's pushing it?" Hannah accused, looking between us. "Not me," I said honestly. "I really wasn't." "Me neither," Megan insisted. "We asked for the spirit's name." The planchette moved to spell out Q-U-A-Y. "Key? What kind of name is that?" Hannah laughed. We kept asking questions and it kept giving weird answers. The next spirit called itself Quo, and another one, Key. It was like gibberish, but the strange thing was how the planchette moved, smooth and deliberate, not jerky like you'd expect if someone was pushing it. We played with it for about an hour before getting bored. Nothing scary happened, just strange names and vague answers. We packed it up and forgot about it. The next night we tried again. Same setup, same candles. This time I noticed something odd. The planchette only moved when I touched it. If I lifted my fingers, it stopped completely, even with Megan and Hannah still touching it. When I put my fingers back, it started moving again. "Lily, I think it likes you," Megan said, her voice a mix of amusement and unease. That night the answers were more coherent. The spirit claimed to be a woman who died in the 1950s. She gave details about her life that seemed plausible, but nothing we could verify. Still, it was entertaining. We used the board every night that week. My sisters started losing interest, but I was becoming more fascinated. The way the planchette moved under my fingers felt so natural, like an extension of myself, but I swear I wasn't consciously moving it. Then came the night that changed everything. My sisters were at a friend's house, and I was alone. I kept thinking about the board, wondering if I could use it by myself. I remembered reading somewhere that using a Ouija board alone was dangerous, but I figured that was just superstition. After all, if my sisters weren't actually moving the planchette, and I wasn't either, then maybe I had some kind of connection to whatever was communicating through the board. I set everything up in my room around 10 at night. I lit 3 candles instead of our usual 2, placing them in a triangle around the board. I even put out some crystals I had, amethyst and clear quartz, because I'd read they could enhance spiritual communication. Looking back, I was being so reckless. I sat cross-legged on the floor, placed my fingers lightly on the planchette, and closed my eyes. "Is anyone there?" I asked. Nothing happened for what felt like forever. I was about to give up when I remembered reading about certain names that could summon specific spirits. Most of them seemed like urban legends, but one name kept appearing in forums. Zozo. Without really thinking about it, I said out loud, "I want to speak with Zozo." The planchette still didn't move, so I spelled it out myself, guiding the piece to each letter. Z-O-Z-O. The moment I finished spelling it, the temperature in my room dropped. I'm not exaggerating. It was like someone had opened a window in winter, but all my windows were closed. I got goosebumps all over my arms, and then the planchette moved, not the slow, meandering movement from before. This was different, fast and purposeful, like it knew exactly where it wanted to go. Hello, it spelled. My heart was racing, but I kept my fingers on the piece. Who are you? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Zo, it spelled again. What do you want? The planchette circled the board once before spelling Y-O-U. A chill ran down my spine. I should have stopped right there, but curiosity pushed me forward. Why me? S-P-E-C-I-A-L. I swallowed hard. How am I special? P-S-Y-C-H-I-C-F-A-L-L-E-N-A-N-G-E-L. I almost laughed at that. Me, a psychic, a fallen angel? It was ridiculous, but something about the way the planchette moved, so confident and quick, made it hard to dismiss. Do you know my family? I asked. Y-E-S. How? A-L-W-A-Y-S-H-E-R-E. That sent another chill through me, the idea that something had been watching us, always present in our house. What about my sister Hannah? I asked, thinking of how nervous she'd been about using the board. The planchette moved violently, circling the board twice before spelling W-E-A-K-S-T-U-P-I-D. I felt a flash of anger. Don't talk about her like that. The planchette moved again. O-R-W-H-A-T. I noticed then that the middle candle's flame had grown taller, much taller than normal. It was practically a foot high, burning bright and straight up, not flickering at all. The other two candles were normal. What are you? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. A-N-G-E-L. Like from heaven? N-O-G-O-D. I frowned. You just said you're an angel, but there's no God. N-O-G-O-D-F-O-R-Y-O-U. My hands were shaking now, but I couldn't seem to lift them from the planchette. It felt like they were stuck there, like the piece was holding me to the board. I want to stop now, I said. The planchette moved to no. Please, I need to stop. My voice cracked a little. It moved again, spelling M-I-N-E-N-O-W. The tall candle suddenly went out, plunging that corner of the room into darkness. The smoke curled upward in a straight line, not dispersing like it should have. With a surge of panic-fueled strength, I yanked my hands away from the planchette and stood up, knocking over one of the remaining candles. I quickly put it out before it could set anything on fire, then turned on my bedroom light. The board looked innocent, sitting there on the floor. Just a piece of cardboard with letters and numbers. The planchette was sitting on goodbye, though I hadn't moved it there. I packed everything back in the box, shoved it under my bed, and tried to convince myself it was all in my head, that I'd been moving the planchette subconsciously, that the candle had just had a weird air current, that the room hadn't actually gotten colder. For a few days, nothing happened. I started to relax, thinking maybe it really had been my imagination. My sisters asked if I wanted to use the board again, but I made excuses. I didn't tell them about my solo session. I didn't tell anyone. Then, 4 days after my encounter with Zozo, I was taking a shower in the evening. It was a normal shower, hot water, lots of steam fogging up the mirror and glass door. I finished, turned off the water, and slid the shower door open. The bathroom mirror was completely fogged up, except for one thing. A perfect pentagram drawn in the condensation. I froze, water dripping from my body onto the floor. The pentagram was precise, like it had been drawn with a ruler, not a finger. Each line was exactly the same thickness, and it wasn't slowly dripping or running like it would if someone had just drawn it in the steam. No one else was home. My parents were at a dinner party, and my sisters were at soccer practice. I was completely alone in the house. I stood there, naked and dripping, staring at that pentagram for what felt like an eternity. Then, panic took over. I lunged forward, grabbed a towel, and frantically wiped at the mirror, erasing the symbol. I didn't even dry myself off properly, just wrapped the towel around me and ran to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I sat on my bed, shivering despite the warmth of the room, and stared at my closet where I'd relocated the Ouija board. Had I invited something into our house? Had Zozo followed me from the board into the real world? That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the house settling sounded like footsteps. Every shadow looked like it was moving. I kept my bedside lamp on until morning. It's been 3 weeks since then, and things haven't been right. Small objects disappear and reappear in different places. My sisters complain about bad dreams. My mom keeps asking if someone's been messing with the thermostat because certain rooms get inexplicably cold. And sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I can hear whispering, so faint I can't make out the words, but definitely there. Like someone's standing just behind me, murmuring in my ear. I've researched how to close the doorway I might have opened, but everything I find seems like superstition or feels inadequate for what I'm dealing with. I burned sage in my room, which my mom questioned but ultimately ignored, thinking it was just typical teenage behavior. I've prayed, though I've never been particularly religious. Nothing seems to help. I don't know what to do. I don't know if what's happening is real or if I'm making connections that aren't there. All I know is that I'm afraid to be alone in my house now, afraid of what might be watching me from corners and shadows. I keep thinking about what Zozo spelled out. Mine now. Mine now. But what exactly does it have? The house, my family, or me? Story. 18. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. My dad raised me pretty rationally, and we always looked for logical explanations when weird stuff happened around the house. But looking back now, I realized there were signs something wasn't right in our home for years, before everything went down in 2018. It started with small stuff around 2015. Lights flickering, doors creaking open when they'd been firmly shut. That feeling of being watched when you're alone. Dad and I would joke about our roommate whenever something went missing or a door slammed by itself. We'd blame it on old house problems or the wind. Normal explanations for what I now realize was definitely not normal. By 2018, I was mostly used to the weird vibes in our house. I'd learned to ignore the occasional footsteps upstairs when nobody was there, or the way my bedroom would sometimes get ice cold for no reason. It was just part of living there, you know. But then I started dating Mia, and everything changed. The first time she came over, I noticed she kept looking over her shoulder in my room. When I asked her what was wrong, she just shrugged and said, "I don't know. It feels like someone's watching us." I laughed it off, but inside I felt this weird drop in my stomach because I knew exactly what she meant. I'd just gotten so used to ignoring it. Mia didn't come over much after that first visit. She always had excuses about why we should hang at her place instead. I didn't push it because honestly, her house was way nicer and her parents were cool. Plus, no weird vibes there. About 3 months into our relationship, she agreed to come back to my place to watch movies. We were sitting on my bed and she was playing with this small sticker with the letter M on it, just fidgeting with it on her finger while we talked. We were completely alone in the room, windows closed, no fan on, nothing that could cause any air movement. Mid-sentence, the sticker literally flew off her finger, not fell, flew, and stuck itself to the wall across the room, like someone had plucked it off her and placed it there. We both froze. I tried to laugh it off, but when I looked at Mia, she had tears in her eyes. "I don't like it here," she whispered. "Something doesn't want me here." I tried to convince her it was just static electricity or something, but I didn't even believe myself. How does a small paper sticker fly 6 feet across a room and stick perfectly to a wall? She left early that night, and after that, she flat out refused to come to my house again. I started spending most nights at Mia's place after that. It was easier, and honestly, I slept better there. No weird noises, no feeling of being watched, just normal. One afternoon, about 2 weeks after the sticker incident, I was napping alone in Mia's bedroom while she was at work. Her parents were out too, so the house was completely silent. I was drifting in and out of sleep when I heard it. Someone clearly whispered, "Hey!" directly into my ear. It was so clear and so close that I felt the breath on my ear. I shot up, heart pounding, completely certain someone was in the room with me. But there was no one. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the door. Nothing. The house was locked up tight, all windows closed. I was absolutely alone. That really shook me. Whatever this thing was, it had followed me to Mia's house. It wasn't just my home that was haunted. Something was attached to me. That night, I had to drive home around 2 in the morning. Mia and I had gotten into a stupid fight, and I just wanted to get back to my own bed. I was still freaked out from the whisper earlier, so to calm myself down, I started recording a video on my phone, pretending to be one of those ghost hunter shows. You know, just being stupid and talking in that dramatic voice they use. Tonight on Ghost Hunters, we investigate the haunted car of a completely normal dude. I was holding my phone up with one hand, driving with the other, not really paying attention to what I was recording, just joking around to make myself feel better. When I got home, I watched the video before deleting it. That's when I saw it. As I'd driven past a side street, my phone had captured something standing at the corner. A figure. Not clearly human, but human-shaped. Just completely blacked out. Like a person-shaped void. In the video, you can see the moment I pass it, and then, this is what still makes my skin crawl. It turned and started walking toward my car. I hadn't seen it while driving. I hadn't noticed anything at all. But it was right there on my phone, clear as day, and the way it moved wasn't right, like it was gliding more than walking. I dropped my phone and ran inside the house, locking the door behind me. I went straight to my bedroom window, which overlooked the street, and looked out, expecting to see the figure approaching our house. There was nothing there. The street was completely empty. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the lights on and sat with my back against the wall, staring at my bedroom door until morning. I deleted the video immediately. I didn't want to see that thing ever again. The next day, I was exhausted and jumpy. Mia and I made up over text, and we decided to go thrift shopping to take my mind off things. I hadn't told her about the video. I didn't want to sound crazy, and part of me was still trying to convince myself it was just a weird shadow or something. We were at this thrift store downtown, and I was trying on a jacket in front of one of those three-way mirrors. Mia suddenly gasped and asked, "What happened to your back?" I had no idea what she was talking about. I turned around, and she lifted my shirt. There, across my lower back, were 3 long scratches. They were perfectly parallel, about 4 inches long each. Below them were 2 shorter scratches, also parallel. They were bright red and felt hot to the touch, like they were burning. I had absolutely no explanation for how they got there. I hadn't bumped into anything, hadn't been near any animals, nothing. They'd literally appeared out of nowhere, and they stung like hell. Mia was freaked out, and honestly, so was I. I tried to play it cool, saying I must have scratched myself in my sleep or something, but we both knew that was bullshit. The marks were too perfect, too deliberate, and they were positioned exactly where I couldn't have reached them myself. For a week after that, nothing happened. I started to think maybe it was over, whatever it was. Maybe scratching me had been this thing's final act before moving on. I was still avoiding my house as much as possible, staying at Mia's or at friends' places, but I was starting to feel a little less terrified. Then I was sitting in class one morning when I felt it, this intense burning sensation on my chest, just below my chin. It felt like someone was pressing a hot coin against my skin. I excused myself and went to the bathroom, but I couldn't see anything in the mirror. The burning continued, getting more and more intense. When I met Mia for lunch, the pain had mostly subsided, but the area still felt tender. She noticed me rubbing my chest and asked what was wrong. When I told her, she insisted on taking a look. She pulled down my collar slightly and took a picture with her phone. What she showed me made my blood run cold. There, clearly visible on my skin, was what looked like the Roman numeral for 6. VI. It was faint, but unmistakable, like a red welt raised on my skin. It wasn't a scratch or a cut. It looked more like a burn mark. I'd had enough. That afternoon, I went to the school counselor and made up some story about anxiety and insomnia, just to have someone to talk to without mentioning the real stuff. They gave me some breathing techniques and recommended I see a doctor if it continued. Fat lot of good that did. For a few weeks after the number appeared, things went quiet again. The mark faded after a couple of days, and there were no more scratches, no whispers, no figures following me at night. I started spending more time at home, thinking maybe whatever it was had finally moved on. Then last night, it started again. I was in my room studying when my space heater, which was unplugged and had been sitting unused in the corner since last winter, suddenly turned on by itself, full blast. The cord wasn't even connected to anything. I just sat there, frozen, staring at it. After about 30 seconds, it turned off again, just like that. That same feeling from before is back now. The heaviness in the air, the sense that I'm being watched all the time. I keep catching movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn to look, nothing's there. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't keep running from my own house, but I'm terrified of what might happen next. The scratches, the whisper, the number on my chest, it all feels like it's building up to something. I haven't told Mia about the heater yet. I don't want her to worry, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever this is, it's not finished with me. And the worst part, I have no idea what it wants or why it chose me. I'm writing this from a coffee shop because I can't stand being in that house right now, but eventually I'll have to go back, and I don't know what'll be waiting for me when I do. Story 19. I've always been the type to laugh at warnings, old wives' tales, local superstitions, urban legends. They're all just stories made up to keep people away from perfectly good hiking spots. At least that's what I used to think before last month when I decided to check out Black Hollow. For those who don't know, Black Hollow is this remote forest area about 3 hours from where I live. It's not on many maps, and there's no official trail system. The locals avoid it like the plague. When I first mentioned it at the gas station on my way there, the old guy behind the counter actually stopped ringing up my beef jerky and energy drinks. "You don't want to go there," he said, shaking his head. "Nobody goes to Black Hollow." I asked him why, thinking he'd tell me about dangerous terrain or aggressive wildlife. Instead, he just stared at me for a few seconds before finishing the transaction in silence. As I was leaving, he called after me. "The forest doesn't like visitors." I remember laughing as I got back in my car. Dramatic much? If anything, his warning just made me more curious. I mean, an entire forest that locals won't go near? That sounded like exactly the kind of solitude I was looking for. The drive to the access point was longer than my GPS suggested. The last 5 miles were on a dirt road so overgrown I wasn't sure I was even on a road anymore. When I finally parked, it was around 11 in the morning. The forest entrance was marked by nothing more than a gap between 2 massive oak trees. No signs, no trail markers, nothing to indicate anyone had been there in years. The first thing I noticed was the silence. I've hiked plenty of remote areas, but there's always some ambient noise. Birds chirping, insects buzzing, leaves rustling. Here it was like someone had hit the mute button on nature. My footsteps seemed obscenely loud as I started down what looked like it might have once been a trail. I told myself the silence was just because it was midday, when wildlife tends to be less active. But even the wind seemed reluctant to move through the trees. The forest was dense, mostly pine with some oak and maple mixed in. The canopy overhead was so thick that even though it was a bright spring day, the forest floor was dim, like permanent dusk. After hiking for about 2 hours, I found a decent clearing to set up camp. I wasn't planning to stay overnight originally, but the hike had taken longer than expected, and I figured this might be my only chance to really experience Black Hollow. I had my one-person tent, sleeping bag, enough food for a day, and plenty of water. Basic stuff, nothing fancy. Setting up camp felt good. Normal. The silence was still unnerving, but physical activity helped push that feeling away. I gathered some firewood, set up my tent, and arranged my small campsite. By the time I finished, it was around 4 in the afternoon. The light was already fading faster than it should have been. I decided to explore a bit more before dark. About 15 minutes from my campsite, I found a small stream. The water was clear and cold, running over smooth black stones. I sat there for a while, relieved to finally hear some sound in this unnaturally quiet place. As I watched the water, I noticed something odd. There were no insects near the stream. No water striders, no mosquitoes, nothing drinking from the edges. That's when I realized I hadn't seen a single animal since entering the forest. No squirrels, no birds, not even insects. What kind of forest has no wildlife? I headed back to my campsite with an uneasy feeling growing in my gut. The trees seemed to press in closer as I walked, and the path I'd made earlier was harder to follow, like the forest had already started to reclaim it. Several times I had to stop and reorient myself. What should have been a 15-minute walk took nearly 45. When I finally reached my clearing, the relief I felt was embarrassing. I'm an experienced hiker. Getting turned around shouldn't have rattled me so much. I built a small fire as the last of the daylight disappeared and heated up some ramen for dinner. The fire's crackling was the only sound, and I found myself talking out loud just to hear a human voice. Just a weird, quiet forest, I said to myself. Nothing supernatural about it. Night fell completely around 8 o'clock, and with it came a drop in temperature that my weather app hadn't predicted. I put on my jacket and sat closer to the fire, watching the flames and trying to ignore how the darkness beyond my small circle of light seemed thicker than normal darkness, somehow more substantial. That's when I heard it for the first time. A whisper, so faint I thought I'd imagined it, like someone exhaling a word from just beyond the firelight. I jerked my head up, scanning the trees around me. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded wrong, somehow muffled by the darkness. "Is someone there?" Nothing answered, but as I listened, straining my ears, I caught it again. A whisper, slightly louder this time, though still unintelligible. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, like it was carried on a breeze that I couldn't feel. I stood up, heart pounding. "This isn't funny," I said, trying to sound authoritative rather than terrified. "If someone's out there, show yourself." The forest remained still and silent for several long minutes. I sat back down, telling myself it was just the wind in the trees, even though there was no wind, just my imagination playing tricks in this unnaturally quiet place. I decided to turn in early. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. I put out the fire carefully, using water from my bottle to make sure every ember was extinguished. The darkness closed in immediately, my headlamp the only source of light. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up tight, and got into my sleeping bag fully clothed, including my jacket. I don't know how long I lay there before the whispering started again. This time, there was no mistaking it for the wind or my imagination. Multiple voices, still quiet but clearly audible, seemed to surround my tent. I couldn't make out words at first, just the rhythmic rise and fall of whispered speech. I fumbled for my phone to check the time. 11:23. I'd been trying to sleep for over 2 hours. The battery was at 42%, lower than it should have been. The whispers continued, growing slightly louder. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. The whispers paused for a moment, then resumed, this time with a clarity that made my blood run cold. "Stay with us," they seemed to say, over and over. "Stay with us." I tried to convince myself I was hearing things, that my mind was filling in random sounds with words that weren't really there. But the voices continued, gradually becoming more distinct. Stay with us. Join us. Stay. I grabbed my headlamp and after a moment's hesitation, unzipped the tent. The clearing looked exactly as I'd left it, empty with the cold ashes of my fire in the center. But the whispering was louder now, clearly coming from the trees surrounding my campsite. I swept my headlamp across the tree line, and that's when I saw them. Figures standing just at the edge of the clearing, partially hidden by the trees. My light caught glimpses of them, a shoulder here, the side of what might have been a face there. They were roughly human-shaped, but wrong somehow, like bad sculptures of people made by someone who'd only heard humans described but never seen one. I counted at least 7 of them before panic overtook me, and I scrambled back into my tent, zipping it closed as if that thin fabric could protect me. The whispers grew more insistent. Stay with us. Don't leave. Stay forever. I tried to block out the sound by covering my ears, but the voices seemed to bypass my ears entirely, resonating directly in my mind. They continued for what felt like hours, an endless chorus of "stay with us" in voices that were almost human, but not quite. I must have eventually fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I knew I was waking up to dim morning light filtering through my tent. The whispers were gone. I checked my phone, 5:47 in the morning, and battery at 28% despite being in airplane mode all night. I wasted no time packing up. Every instinct told me to get out of Black Hollow as quickly as possible. As I rolled up my sleeping bag and collapsed my tent, I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting to see those figures still standing there. The forest was empty and silent as ever, but now the silence felt expectant, like the forest was holding its breath, watching me. I shouldered my pack and headed back the way I'd come, moving as fast as I safely could through the dense trees. The trail I'd made yesterday was completely gone. No broken branches, no footprints, nothing to indicate I'd passed through before. I navigated by the sun and my compass, which kept spinning erratically before settling on a direction that I hoped was correct. The forest seemed to thicken as I walked, trees growing closer together, underbrush becoming more tangled. Several times I had to backtrack when my path became impassable. What should have been a 2-hour hike stretched into 4, then 5 hours. My water was running low, and a growing sense of panic tightened my chest. Around midday, the whispering started again. "Stay with us," the voices urged, louder now that daylight had returned. "You belong here now." I walked faster, no longer caring about scratches from branches or the strain in my legs. The voices followed, growing louder with every step. I began to catch glimpses of the figures again, flitting between trees just at the edge of my vision. Never close enough to see clearly, but always there, always watching, always whispering. "Stay, stay, stay." I was running by then, crashing through the underbrush, using my arms to shield my face from whipping branches. My backpack caught on something and I let it go without a second thought, abandoning everything except my phone and car keys. The voices rose to a fever pitch, no longer whispers but urgent demands. "Stay with us, don't leave, stay forever." The figures were all around me now, moving through the trees with impossible speed, always just out of reach. I caught clearer glimpses, bodies too tall and thin, faces blank except for what might have been mouths, open in endless whispers. I don't know how I found my way back. Blind luck perhaps, or maybe the forest finally decided to let me go. I burst out between those 2 oak trees and saw my car sitting exactly where I'd left it, covered in a layer of pine needles as if it had been there for weeks instead of just one day. The figures stopped at the tree line. As I fumbled with my keys, gasping for breath, I looked back. They stood there, at least a dozen of them, still half hidden by trees but clearly visible in the daylight. They were wrong in ways I can't properly describe. Proportions that didn't make sense, features that shifted when I tried to focus on them. And they were still whispering, though I was now too far to hear the words. I could see their mouths moving, calling me back. I got in my car and drove away as fast as the rough road would allow, not stopping until I reached the main highway. My hands shook so badly I had to pull over. When I checked my phone, I discovered that despite what my car clock said, I'd been in Black Hollow for 3 days, not 1. It's been weeks now, and I still can't explain what happened in those woods. Sometimes at night, when everything is quiet, I think I can hear them again. Those whispers calling me back to Black Hollow, telling me I belong there, that I should stay with them. And sometimes when I catch movement at the corner of my eye, I'm terrified I'll turn and see one of those figures watching me from across my bedroom, waiting, whispering. Story 20. I still get chills typing this, even though it's been 3 weeks since it happened. I haven't been able to sleep properly since that night. My doctor prescribed some pills, but they only make the nightmares more vivid. Tom wants me to see a therapist, but how do I explain what I saw, what visited our home that night? They'll think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. It was a Thursday night in late October. The weather had turned frigid almost overnight, with that biting New England cold that seeps into your bones. Tom had texted earlier saying he'd be working late again, some emergency with a client that couldn't wait until morning. Typical. I didn't mind too much. I had my book and Max, our German shepherd, for company. Our house sits at the end of a cul-de-sac in a suburb about 40 minutes outside Boston. It's an old colonial-style home, built in the 1920s. We bought it for the character and the price, even though Tom complained about the creaky floors and drafty windows. That night, I was curled up on our living room couch with a thick blanket, reading by the light of our floor lamp. Max was sprawled out on the rug near my feet, occasionally sighing in his sleep. Around 9:30, the wind picked up outside, rattling the windows in their frames. The house has always made noises, settling sounds, Tom calls them, but I've learned to tune them out. What I couldn't ignore was when Max suddenly lifted his head, ears perked forward, and stared intensely at the living room window that faces our backyard. He got up, hackles raised, and let out a low growl that made the hair on my arms stand up. "What is it, buddy?" I asked, setting my book down. "Just the wind." But Max didn't relax. He moved closer to the window, his growl deepening. I felt that cold tingle of unease crawl up my spine. You know that feeling when you suddenly realize you're not alone? That primordial instinct that tells you something is watching you. That's what hit me as I got up to look out the window. At first, I didn't see anything except our darkened yard, the old oak tree, and the wooden fence that separates our property from the neighbors. Then something moved near the tree line at the back of our yard. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. A deer, maybe. We get them sometimes, wandering in from the conservation land behind our development. But this was tall, too tall. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could make out a figure standing absolutely still beside our oak tree. It was impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. I rubbed my eyes, thinking they were playing tricks on me, but when I looked again, it was still there. And now I could see that its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, as if studying our house. Max's growling intensified, turning into those deep warning barks that I'd only heard a few times before, like when a stranger had tried to open our front door thinking our house was his Uber pickup. "Shh, Max," I whispered, my mouth suddenly dry. I fumbled for my phone on the coffee table, never taking my eyes off the figure. It hadn't moved, but somehow I knew it was aware of me watching it. I tried calling Tom, but the call wouldn't go through. Our house sits in this weird dead zone where cell service drops in and out, especially during bad weather. Of all the times for it to fail, it had to be now. That's when the figure moved. It took one long, fluid step forward, emerging more clearly into what little moonlight filtered through the clouds. I could see now that it wasn't wearing clothes exactly. Its body seemed covered in something dark that shifted like smoke around its frame. But what made my blood run cold was its face, or rather, the absence of one. Where features should have been, there was just a smooth, pale oval. Max was going ballistic now, alternating between snarling at the window and backing away toward me, his tail tucked between his legs. I've never seen him so terrified, which only amplified my own fear. I backed away from the window, wondering if I should make a run for the front door. Our nearest neighbors, the Hendersons, were home. I could see their lights on across the street, but that would mean leaving the relative safety of the locked house, and somehow I knew that thing out there was faster than me. I grabbed my phone again and tried calling 911, but still no service. The landline, we kept it mainly for emergencies, and if there was ever a time to use it, this was it. I moved toward the kitchen where the phone was mounted on the wall, but froze when I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, deliberate knocks on the living room window. Max whimpered and pressed himself against my legs, nearly causing me to stumble. Tap, tap, tap. I couldn't see the window from where I stood in the hallway between the living room and kitchen, but I knew what was making that sound. Somehow it had crossed our yard in seconds without making a sound. I steeled myself and peered around the corner. The figure was standing right outside the window now, its elongated arm raised, knuckles rapping against the glass in that same rhythmic pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Its head was tilted at an impossible angle, almost completely sideways now, as if trying to get a better look inside. As I watched, frozen in horror, it pressed what should have been its face against the glass, leaving a greasy, dark smear. Then it smiled. A tear appeared in the blank oval, widening into a crescent that was too wide, too full of teeth that gleamed wetly in the darkness. I stumbled backward, a scream caught in my throat. Max was barking furiously now, torn between protecting me and his own terror. "Go away," I finally managed to shout, my voice breaking. "Leave us alone." The thing outside tilted its head even further until it was completely upside down, that grin still fixed in place. Then, in one fluid motion, it disappeared from view, not walking away, just gone, as if it had been sucked into the darkness. I stood there, breathing hard, straining to see outside. Had it left? Was it all in my imagination? The smear on the window confirmed it wasn't. A dark, oily handprint with fingers too long and too numerous. I grabbed the landline in the kitchen with shaking hands, but the line was dead, just static. Of course, why would anything work when I needed it most? That's when I remembered something that made my stomach drop. In my rush to let Max out earlier that evening before the temperature dropped, I'd forgotten to lock the back door. As if reading my thoughts, I heard it. The distinct creak of the back door hinges. It was inside. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen counter, the big one we use for carving meat, and whispered for Max to come to me. He was already at my side, his whole body trembling but still placing himself between me and the hallway that led to the back door. I heard footsteps then, slow, deliberate, with a strange dragging quality, like something was being pulled across our wooden floors. The lights in the kitchen flickered once, twice, then stabilized. "Tom?" I called out desperately, knowing full well it wasn't my husband. "Is that you?" The footsteps paused, then continued, closer now. I backed up against the refrigerator, knife held out in front of me. Max was growling continuously now, a deep rumble that vibrated through his entire body. The kitchen lights flickered again, and in that brief moment of darkness, a shadow appeared in the doorway. When the lights came back on, I could see it clearly, a distorted silhouette that seemed to bend and twist in ways no human body should. Its head nearly touched our 8-foot ceiling, tilted to one side as if its neck was broken. "You're not supposed to be here," it whispered, in a voice that sounded like multiple people speaking just out of sync with each other. The lights went out completely. I screamed, slashing wildly with the knife at where the figure had been. I felt it connect with something that wasn't solid, wasn't liquid, something in between that parted around the blade like dense smoke before reforming. Max lunged forward, barking and snarling. I heard a sound like fabric tearing, followed by a high-pitched keening that made my ears hurt. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the kitchen that now seemed so foreign and threatening. Max was backed into a corner, hackles raised, blood on his muzzle. Of the entity there was no sign, but the temperature had dropped so drastically I could see my breath. "Max, come," I whispered, edging toward the hallway that led to the front door. "If we could just get outside, to the neighbors." As we reached the front door, I heard that dragging footstep again. Behind us now, I didn't look back, just fumbled with the locks, my fingers numb with cold and fear. The door swung open, and I practically fell outside, Max bolting past me onto the front lawn. I followed, not stopping until we reached the street. Only then did I turn to look back at our house. All the lights were on, every single one blazing through the windows, and silhouetted in our bedroom window on the second floor was that elongated figure, its two long arms pressed against the glass, head tilted as it watched us. I ran to the Hendersons, pounding on their door until Mr. Henderson answered, looking alarmed. I must have been hysterical. I remember Sarah Henderson wrapping a blanket around my shoulders, saying something about my lips being blue. They called the police, and they called Tom. When the police searched our house, they found nothing except all the lights on and the back door open. They noted the temperature difference. The house was freezing cold despite the heating system being on, and they found the smears on the windows, inside and out, that didn't match any known substance in their database. Tom came home and held me all night as I shivered, unable to explain what I'd seen in a way that made sense. We stayed at a hotel for a week. I haven't been able to go back to the house alone since then. The thing is, I keep seeing it, not directly but in reflections, in the corner of my eye, a tall, distorted shape watching from a distance. And sometimes, at night, I hear tapping on our bedroom window, even though we're on the second floor. 3 nights ago, Tom woke up to find me standing at the window in the middle of the night, staring out into the darkness. He says I was having a conversation with someone, but I have no memory of it. All I know is that when I woke up the next morning, there were those same greasy fingerprints on the inside of the glass. I don't know what visited us that night. I don't know what it wanted or why it said I wasn't supposed to be there, in my own home. All I know is that it hasn't left, and sometimes I feel like it's waiting for me to be alone again. Tom doesn't believe me. Not really. He thinks it was a break-in attempt, that my mind has twisted into something supernatural because of stress and fear. But he didn't see that face, that smile. He didn't hear that voice. Max knows. He still won't go near the windows at night. Sometimes he stares at empty corners of rooms, growling softly at nothing I can see. I'm writing this as a warning, I guess. Check your locks. Keep your curtains closed after dark, and if you hear tapping at your window some night, don't look. Don't let it see you seeing it, because I think that's how it gets in. Story 21. I've never really told anyone the full story of what happened that night on Blackwood Highway. It's been 3 months, but I still wake up in cold sweats thinking I hear footsteps outside my bedroom door. The doctors say the knife wound in my side has healed nicely, but some scars go deeper than flesh. It was supposed to be a simple drive to my buddy Chris's cabin, nothing complicated, just a Friday night in late October, heading up for some beers, fishing, and a break from my crappy job. The weather forecast had predicted clear skies, but by the time I left work around 7 in the evening, heavy clouds had rolled in, blocking out any moonlight that might have helped illuminate that godforsaken stretch of road. I remember being annoyed that my GPS kept cutting out as I got further from town. Blackwood Highway isn't exactly well marked, and once you're past the old mill, cell service becomes a joke. My headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness, with dense forest pressing in on both sides. The trees seemed to lean over the road, like they were trying to grab my car. I was about 40 minutes into the drive when I saw him, just standing there on the shoulder, thumb out, a large backpack at his feet. I almost didn't stop. I'm not the type to pick up hitchhikers, especially on a remote road at night. But something about the way he was just standing there in the cold made me feel bad. It was supposed to drop into the 30s that night, and the nearest town was at least 15 miles back. I slowed down, pulled over, and rolled down my passenger window. "Where you headed?" I called out. The guy leaned down to look at me. Tall, really tall, with this scraggly beard and hollow cheeks. His eyes were deep set, making it hard to read his expression in the darkness. "Up the highway." he said, voice raspier than I expected. Anywhere you can take me would help. I hesitated for a second, but then nodded toward the passenger seat. Throw your bag in the back. He climbed in, and I immediately noticed how he filled the car with this presence. It wasn't just his size, though he must have been at least 6'4", but something else I couldn't put my finger on, a heaviness. I'm Mark, I said, putting the car back in drive. Jake, he replied, not offering his hand or making eye contact. The first 10 minutes were awkward, but normal enough. I asked the usual questions, where he was coming from, where he was going. His answers were vague, evasive. Said he'd been traveling around and was heading wherever the road takes me. Typical drifter stuff, I figured. But then things started getting weird. He'd go completely silent for long stretches, just staring out the windshield or watching me from the corner of his eye. When I'd ask him something, he'd take too long to answer, like he was carefully calculating each response. You from around here originally? I asked, trying to break one of these uncomfortable silences. He turned his head to look at me fully for the first time. I'm from everywhere and nowhere, he said, then smiled. Not a friendly smile. It didn't reach his eyes. That's cryptic, I laughed nervously. People are too concerned with where they're from or where they're going, he said. What matters is what you do along the way. The way he said it made my skin crawl. About halfway to Chris's cabin, my phone chimed. I was surprised I had enough service to get a message. I glanced at it quickly, a group text from a friend back in town. Warning, police looking for dangerous fugitive in county, armed and dangerous. Last seen near Blackwood area, stay alert. My heart started hammering in my chest. I put my phone down casually, trying not to react. But when I glanced over at Jake, he was watching me with this knowing look on his face, and he was smiling again. Bad news? He asked. Nah, I said, my mouth suddenly dry. Just my buddy wondering when I'll get there. Jake nodded slowly. It's nice to have friends waiting for you. Makes a person feel missed. The way he emphasized missed made me grip the steering wheel tighter. I started noticing things I hadn't before. There was dirt under his fingernails. His knuckles were scraped raw, and the backpack at his feet. Was that a dark stain on the bottom corner? I started driving faster, telling myself I was being paranoid. The highway curved sharply through the forest, and I had to focus on not running off the road while still keeping an eye on my passenger. Jake seemed to be enjoying my discomfort, shifting in his seat to face me more directly. You know, he said, most people wouldn't stop for a stranger on a night like this, in a place like this. He gestured to the darkness outside. Makes me wonder why you did. I swallowed hard, just trying to be helpful. Helpful, he repeated, like he was testing the word. That's a rare quality these days. People usually just look out for themselves. My hands were sweating now. Chris's cabin was still about 20 minutes away, and I was starting to seriously regret my decision. I considered pulling over and telling Jake to get out, but we were in the middle of nowhere. If he really was dangerous. Your friend's cabin, Jake said suddenly. Is it isolated, private? The question sent a chill down my spine. No, it's in a community. Lots of people around, I lied. Jake chuckled. No, it's not. There's nothing out here but trees and darkness. My blood ran cold. How did he know that? The next 15 minutes were the longest of my life. Jake kept making these casual comments that felt like threats, asking if anyone knew I was coming tonight, mentioning how easy it is to get lost in these woods, all while watching me with those sunken eyes. When we finally turned onto the dirt road leading to Chris's cabin, I was practically shaking. Chris had planned to arrive the next morning. I was supposed to have the place to myself tonight. I cursed myself for telling Jake that earlier in the drive. The cabin came into view, a simple 2-bedroom place with a small porch, completely dark and utterly isolated. As I parked, Jake gathered his backpack. Nice place, he said, looking at the cabin. Looks cozy. Yeah, my friend should be inside. I lied again, trying to sound casual. Probably just hasn't turned the lights on yet. Jake's smile widened. No, he's not. I froze with my hand on the door handle. What? Your friend isn't here, Jake said calmly. You told me earlier he's coming tomorrow. It's just you and me tonight. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I hadn't realized I'd mentioned that to him. I needed to get away from this guy, but we were miles from anywhere with no cell service in the pitch dark. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I think it's better if you keep going. I can drive you to the main road. It's freezing out, Jake interrupted, his voice suddenly hard. And I'm tired. I think I'll stay here tonight. It wasn't a request. He opened his door and stepped out, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. I sat frozen for a moment, then followed him out. My keys were still in my hand, and I gripped them tightly, thinking about making a run for it. But where would I go? The nearest house was miles away. I unlocked the cabin door with trembling hands, flipping on lights as I entered. Jake followed, his tall frame filling the doorway as he looked around. Bathroom? He asked. I pointed down the hall, and he nodded, disappearing in that direction. The moment he was out of sight, I frantically searched for my phone, only to find it had no service. I looked for a weapon, anything, and grabbed a heavy flashlight from the kitchen drawer. Jake returned too quickly, catching me mid-panic. Everything okay, Mark? The way he said my name made my skin crawl. Yeah, just getting settled, I stammered. There's a couch you can sleep on. I'll take the bedroom. Jake nodded, setting his backpack down and unzipping it. I caught a glimpse of something metallic inside before he quickly closed it. I appreciate the hospitality, he said. Not everyone would be so accommodating. I muttered something about being tired and retreated to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. I pushed a dresser in front of it for good measure, then sat on the bed, the flashlight clutched in my sweaty palm. I could hear Jake moving around in the living room, opening drawers, cabinets, looking through things. Time crawled by. I must have sat there for 2 hours, jumping at every sound. Eventually, the cabin fell silent. Maybe he'd gone to sleep. I started to relax slightly, thinking maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe he was just a weird guy, not necessarily dangerous. That's when I heard it. Soft footsteps in the hallway outside my room. They stopped right at my door. I held my breath, gripping the flashlight so hard my knuckles turned white. Mark? Jake's voice came through the door, quiet but clear. Are you awake? I didn't answer. Seconds ticked by. I know you're awake, he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. You shouldn't have picked me up, you know, but it's too late now. I heard the doorknob rattle gently, then a soft laugh. A locked door won't help you. Something scraped against the wood, the sound of metal on the doorframe. I realized with horror he was trying to pick the lock. I pressed my back against the headboard, looking frantically for an escape. The bedroom window was my only option. The lock clicked. The dresser began to move as the door pushed against it. I lunged for the window, fumbling with the latch. Behind me, the dresser scraped inch by inch across the floor. Just as I got the window open, the dresser gave way. Jake stood in the doorway, knife in hand, that same cold smile on his face. Going somewhere? He asked. I didn't think. I swung the flashlight as hard as I could. It connected with his temple with a sickening thud. He staggered, and I took my chance, diving through the window. The glass cut my arm, but adrenaline kept me moving. I hit the ground running, plunging into the dark forest surrounding the cabin. Behind me, I heard Jake shouting, his heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush. I had no direction, no plan, just blind panic driving me forward. The forest was pitch black. I tripped over roots, crashed through branches, my lungs burning. At one point I felt a sharp pain in my side and realized he'd caught up enough to slash at me with the knife. The warm wetness spreading across my shirt told me he'd drawn blood. You can't run forever, Mark, his voice echoed through the trees. I know these woods better than you do. I changed direction, zigging and zagging, hoping to throw him off. The wound in my side throbbed with each step, but fear kept me moving. After what felt like hours, I stumbled onto what appeared to be a dirt road or trail. I followed it blindly, praying it led somewhere. Behind me, Jake's voice grew more distant, but I could still hear him calling my name, taunting me. I don't know how long I ran along that trail. My side was on fire. My lungs felt ready to burst. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, the trail widened, and I suddenly found myself on a paved road, an actual road. I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath. In the distance, I saw headlights approaching. I staggered to my feet, waving my arms frantically. The car slowed, an older couple peering at me with alarm. "Please," I gasped as they rolled down their window. "Help me." The man took one look at my blood-soaked shirt and opened the door. "Get in. What happened to you?" As they sped away, taking me to the nearest hospital 20 miles away, I looked back at the dark forest line. For just a moment, I thought I saw a tall figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching the car disappear. The police searched the area afterward but found nothing. No Jake, no backpack, just some blood on the cabin floor and a bedroom window with my fingerprints on it. They took my statement but seemed skeptical. The description I gave them didn't match any known fugitives in the area. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I feel the scar on my side, and I know it was real. I haven't been back to Chris's cabin. I don't drive at night anymore. And I definitely don't pick up hitchhikers, because now I know the truth. Sometimes the monsters aren't hiding in the dark. Sometimes they're standing right there in the open, thumb out, just waiting for someone to stop. Story 22. I still don't know how to explain what happened that day at Clearwater Military Camp. I've spent years trying to make sense of it, but some things just defy explanation. I guess I should start from the beginning. I was in 5th grade at Clearwater Elementary, which sat right next to an old abandoned military camp. The camp had been decommissioned years ago, but all these old trucks and equipment were still there, just sitting around collecting rust. For us kids, it was the perfect playground during lunch breaks. The teachers didn't really care as long as we made it back to class on time. Me, Mike, Gabriel, and CJ would always go there to hang out. We'd climb on the trucks, play hide and seek, and just mess around like kids do. But there was always this weird tapping sound coming from one of the trucks. Not all the time, just sometimes, like someone gently knocking metal against metal. Tap, tap, tap. We'd hear it, look around, but never find what was causing it. "Hey, did you guys hear that?" I'd ask. "Hear what, Dylan?" they'd say, and then the sound would stop. It was like it was playing with us. This went on for weeks. Just normal kid stuff mixed with this occasional weird tapping that we couldn't explain. Then one day, everything changed. We were hanging out by the trucks during lunch when Mike suddenly froze, staring past me toward the edge of the camp. "Guys, look," he whispered, pointing. "Who's that lady?" We all turned to look. Well, everyone except me apparently saw a woman in a long white dress standing between two of the old trucks. I squinted and looked hard, but I couldn't see anything. "What lady? Where?" I asked, feeling a chill despite the warm day. "Right there," Gabriel insisted. "The pretty one in the white dress, she's looking right at us." Mike and CJ were nodding, their eyes wide. I looked again but still saw nothing. Just the rusty old trucks and the weeds growing up around them. "You guys are messing with me," I said, getting annoyed. "There's nobody there." "Dude, I swear," CJ said, his voice shaking a little. "She's right there, just staring, and she's like, really pretty, but kind of sad looking." I felt left out and a little freaked out. Either my friends were playing an elaborate prank, or I was the only one who couldn't see this mysterious woman. Neither option felt good. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch, and we all headed back to class. My friends kept looking over their shoulders, but I just felt confused and a little angry. Why couldn't I see what they saw? The next day, Mike and several other kids didn't come to the camp during lunch. Just me, Gabriel, and CJ. We sat on the hood of one of the trucks, munching our sandwiches. "Do you think she'll come back today?" Gabriel asked, looking around nervously. "Who, the white lady you guys made up?" I scoffed, still convinced they were messing with me. "We didn't make her up, Dylan," CJ said, his voice serious. I couldn't sleep last night thinking about her. Why couldn't you see her? I shrugged, taking another bite of my sandwich. Because she wasn't there. Just then we heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. That same metallic sound coming from under one of the trucks about 20 feet away. There it is again, I whispered. I'm not going over there, CJ said immediately. Don't be such a baby, I said, trying to sound brave even though the sound was creeping me out too. It's probably just, I don't know, something loose in the engine or whatever. Engines don't just tap by themselves, Gabriel pointed out. Well, I'm going to check it out, I declared, sliding off the truck. You guys coming or not? Reluctantly, they followed me over to the truck where the tapping was coming from. It was an old military transport vehicle with a canvas-covered back. The tapping seemed to be coming from underneath. I'm going to look under it, I said, getting down on my hands and knees. Dylan, don't, CJ warned, but I was already lowering myself to peer beneath the truck. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just dirt, old oil stains, and the undercarriage of the truck. The tapping had stopped. I was about to back out when CJ suddenly gasped. Dylan, he whispered urgently. Look at the other side of the truck. I turned my head, still lying on my stomach, and saw something that made my blood run cold. Standing on the opposite side of the truck were a pair of bare feet, woman's feet, pale and delicate, with the hem of a long white dress just brushing the tops of them. I scrambled backward so fast I banged my head on the underside of the truck. Pain shot through my skull, but I barely noticed it. CJ was already running, and Gabriel was yelling something I couldn't make out through the ringing in my ears. I sprinted after them, not daring to look back. We didn't stop until we reached the school building, panting and sweaty. Did you see her? Gabriel gasped, clutching his side. I saw her feet, I admitted, my voice shaking. Just her feet and the bottom of a white dress. So now you believe us? CJ demanded, his face pale. I nodded, unable to speak anymore. The bell rang, saving me from having to say anything else, and we went back to class. I couldn't focus on anything the teacher said. All I could think about were those pale feet standing so still beside the truck. When I got home that afternoon, my grandmother could tell something was wrong. She's always been intuitive like that. I'm pretty close with her. She lives with us and takes care of me while my parents work. What's troubling you, Dylan? She asked as I picked at my after-school snack. I hesitated. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I needed to tell someone. Grandma, do you believe in ghosts? She didn't laugh or dismiss my question like I expected. Instead, she sat down across from me, her expression serious. Why do you ask that, child? I think I saw one today, at the old military camp next to school. Her face changed immediately. Something like recognition flashed in her eyes. What did you see exactly? I told her about the tapping noise and how my friends had seen a woman in a white dress the day before, but I hadn't been able to see her. Then I described the feet I'd spotted under the truck. Before I could finish, my grandmother interrupted me. A beautiful woman in a long white dress. She has long dark hair and sad eyes, doesn't she? My jaw dropped. I hadn't mentioned anything about her appearance beyond the dress. That's what my friends said she looked like. How did you know? Grandma sighed deeply. That military camp has been there since before I was born. There have always been stories about it. The White Lady, they call her. She appears beautiful during the day, but at night, she shuddered slightly. At night, they say her face changes, becomes something not human. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean, not human? I don't know exactly. No one who's seen her at night has ever wanted to describe it in detail. She reached across the table and took my hand. But Dylan, there's something else you should know. The White Lady isn't alone. There's another presence at that camp. A man, they say, always dressed in black. He hides in the shadows, hates the daylight. He's the one you really need to worry about. Have you ever seen them? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Grandma shook her head. No, but my father claimed he did once. He was working late at the camp, back when it was still active. Said he heard tapping coming from inside one of the trucks. When he went to investigate, she trailed off. What happened? I prompted. He never would say exactly. Just that he quit his job the very next day and never set foot near that place again. I could barely sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those pale feet standing beside the truck and imagined what might have happened if I'd looked up to see the face above them. The next morning at school, I cornered Gabriel before class. "We need to go back," I told him. "Are you crazy?" he hissed. "After what we saw yesterday? Don't you want to know what's going on? What if it's just someone playing a prank on us?" "No way," Gabriel shook his head. "That was no prank, Dylan." "I'll go with you," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "My grandma told me some stories about that place. I think there might be something real happening there." Gabriel hesitated. "What about CJ?" I knew CJ would never agree to go back. He'd been the most scared of all of us. "Just you and me during lunch. We'll be quick, I promise." After much convincing, Gabriel reluctantly agreed. We told CJ we weren't going to the camp that day, but as soon as lunch started, Gabriel and I snuck off toward the trucks. The camp seemed different somehow, quieter. The air felt heavier, like right before a thunderstorm. We moved between the trucks cautiously, looking around for any sign of the woman in white. "I don't like this, Dylan," Gabriel whispered as we approached the truck where I'd seen the feet. "Let's go back." "Just a minute," I said. "I want to check something." That's when we heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. But this time, it wasn't coming from under the truck. It was coming from inside it. Gabriel grabbed my arm. "We should leave, now." "Hold on," I said, pulling away from him. I moved toward the back of the truck, where a tear in the canvas covering created a small opening. "I just want to look inside." "Dylan, don't!" Gabriel pleaded, but I was already peering through the tear. The truck's cargo area was empty except for some old crates stacked against one wall. Nothing seemed out of place. I was about to turn away when the tapping sound came again, louder now. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from underneath one of the crates. Something compelled me to drop to my knees and look under the truck again. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was stupidity. Whatever it was, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I lowered myself to the ground and peered into the darkness beneath the vehicle. At first, I saw nothing. Then my eyes adjusted to the shadows. Hanging upside down from the undercarriage of the truck was a figure dressed all in black. Not hanging like it had been placed there, but clinging like an insect, its limbs bent at impossible angles. Its head was turned to face me directly, though it was upside down. The face, oh God, the face. It wasn't human. The skin was tight and gray, the eyes huge and completely black, and the mouth was stretched in a grin that was far too wide, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. It was staring right at me, and as I watched, frozen in horror, one of its skeletal hands reached toward me, the fingers too long, too jointed, tapping against the metal of the truck. Tap, 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 I screamed. I've never screamed like that before or since. A primal, terrified sound that tore from my throat without conscious thought. I scrambled backward, shouting for Gabriel. "Run, Gabriel, run!" We ran faster than I thought possible, not stopping until we were back in the schoolyard, surrounded by other kids. I was crying. Gabriel was hyperventilating, and we both knew without saying a word that we would never, ever go back to that military camp again. I still don't know what I saw that day. I've tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, just the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. But I know what I saw, and sometimes, when it's very quiet at night, I still hear it. Tap, 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 like it followed me home, like it's still waiting.